Hello, everyone. How is it going? Good morning. Welcome to the live stream of Universal Cup Summer Summit on-site and online semifinal. I'm Lydia Perovska. This is Nipu.
Okay, so thank you for coming.
Wow,
Today is
it's
the
been
Summer
a
Summit.
fun
Most
weekend.
important event. There's
You
the
can see
second
here,
Universal Cup
we
semifinal
are
on-site event.
streaming the contest hall. This is, to be clear, this is a replay. It is not obvious, or maybe it is obvious, since Lydia and I are both also in the contest hall and obviously commentating this. So we're actually commentating the Summer Summit on site, which happened yesterday, actually almost 24 hours ago. So as we can see here, the contest is supposed to start in 14 minutes, but in fact, we are going to do a time-honored tradition in programming contests called the time warp. And so Jingbang is currently getting the permission to do the time warp, and so he has just signaled to our tech person to do the time warp. And as you can see, the contest will start in 2, 1, 0, and the contest has already started, and everyone is very confused.
Yeah, this was pretty fun. This was an exciting beginning of the contest. So within the upcoming a significant number of hours, 5 hours, we'll replay the on-site contest where we had top 11 teams competing in the room. We'll be seeing their screen, we'll see their webcams. This is all pre-recorded, but then we will add the performance from our incredible online contestants to the same scoreboard, and then we'll do a little bit of magic mixing, and then we see how it goes.
Yeah, I don't know if they can see in the background, but you all are tuning in to Tourist's YouTube channel, and Tourist is neither one of us, but Tourist is right there. And don't worry, we will have Tourist on stream along with his teammates, and they will be able to provide some live commentary of their performance. As you can see on the actual stream, the contest is going to start in just under 20 seconds. Qingyu, the chief judge, is the one speaking and giving some last-minute instructions. And we're now in the final 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the contest has started. And you can see everyone is moving the problem sets and starting to look through them for the easy problem. You can throw your predictions in the chat for which team will be first to solve. If you look right to the left of the countdown, you will see these transparent balloons. I believe they were actually wedding balloons. Teams that are the first to solve a problem will get one of these transparent balloons. Slightly further off screen, or off the screen, we actually had colored balloons. And so teams would get a colored balloon no matter what for each problem that they solved. But the transparent balloons are only for the first team to solve each given problem. For those who don't quite understand why we give balloons, this is one of these other time-honored traditions from programming competitions. It makes it easy to see when something has happened, because right now, this is, we have 33 people here. They're all looking at problem statements or typing on their computers, and it's a little hard to understand what's going on.
Yep.
But the moment that, you know, a team comes up, or the moment that you see a balloon getting tied next to a team, you know that they've solved a problem. We might get the chance to see some reactions of these teams live. Ooh, we're zooming in. We're zooming into, this team has the scoreboard open.
This is actually Team Amstelpark, who's actually helping us to organize this live broadcast. We'll be back with you in a minute to sync up our recording with the online contest. And we'll hope to start the contest in just under 3 minutes. Stay tuned. Welcome back. I think that I adjusted the sound. I think that we just time warped right into the correct moment of time. And now we will, hopefully, be able to see the testing queue as the submissions will roll along. Follow along, let us know if the audio quality is better now, because this will be critical for your comfort for the upcoming hours.
I think this is the first ever occurrence of a time warp in a live stream of a programming competition.
Yeah.
We very frequently stream the contest time warping, but I don't know that the stream itself time warping is has ever happened before.
That's true.
But yeah, so
what is everyone looking at? Like, first of all, you saw that the cover image of the video, as well as in the description. We have 11 teams on site. Most of them are now enjoying their peaceful sleep and breakfast. Quite a few already decided to join us for the broadcast, which is very sweet. I hope you see familiar faces in the background, and we'll get more of them during the day. They'll provide us insight on how the contest went for them, what was interesting, what was good, what was bad, and we will look at their screens, look at their solutions. We also have a few funny screenshots to share with our spectators about how the contest actually went. Spoiler alert, we have a few more minutes to talk about the rules, and Summer Summit in itself as an event provides significant prizes to our contestants, but it's not just the wonderful prizes from our partners at HoMaMaOvO that they're competing for. It's also some slots somewhere in the future.
correct. So this is the second Universal Cup Summer Summit semifinals, and so the existence of the semifinals surely implies the existence of the finals. So you might be asking, well, how did these teams even get to the semifinals? Why these specific teams? Why are they here? So the Summer Summit was sort of intended to be the reward for competing in what we would have called like the second Universal Cup, which was in of itself a season of, I believe, 22 contests held over the year. And so each of these competitions was in of itself a 5-hour competition, much like we're seeing the contestants doing right now.
That's a lot of hours.
It's a lot of hours. So each of these teams would compete in each of these competitions, and then based on their performance in each contest, they would get Universal Cup rating points, and then there was a formula that would rank all of the teams based on the rating points that they got in each contest. And so these teams are the top 11 teams by rating that are attending the Summer Summit on site. Now, it's going to get a little bit confusing, so bear with me for a second. Not every team that is at the on-site is automatically going to the finals. So the finals qualification is actually a little bit different. So the top 10 teams by rating, are we okay?
Yeah, we're doing great.
Yes, you are doing great. The top 10 teams by rating automatically secure their spot in the finals. Now, 11 is greater than 10, so we know there's at least one team here that was not in the top 10, but due to various timing issues and so on, there are actually multiple teams here that were outside the top 10 that are competing in the summer.
We have a few submissions. A few first submissions were unfortunately unsuccessful. USA 1 competed on site, so we get their verdicts a little faster. But then FF Tilted and Hilton and Node have also tried submitting problem A. We'll be working on making sure that you get all the right submission, resolution, and result, and we'll get you up to speed with the scoreboard.
Yeah.
No acceptance though yet.
Yeah, and implying that, you know, maybe there won't be one on the horizon. But yes, so I believe I was saying that there were teams outside the top 10 that got invited to the Summer Summit, and so basically we invited the top 10 teams to Summer Summit, and then some of the teams couldn't make it, so then we kept inviting more teams until we could have 10 teams attend, and then somehow 10 became 11, so that's why there were 11 teams here. So, oh, would you look at that? USA 1 has solved problem A.
I'm sorry, it feels a little more funny than usual because we know the timing of the first to solve and a few other key points in the contest. So that sounds like a great time to actually, you know,
Poll in USA 1?
yeah, make sure that the stage is set for the real heroes of the day. Any two of you? Andrew, Gannett, come. We're just switching live because, no, it's a casual broadcast. You don't really need this. Just drop it. That's fine.
Okay.
Okay, hello. everyone.
Hello.
Now we are looking at Andrew actually
Yeah.
on camera.
And this is me opening problem H.
Yeah.
So what happened here? Well, I think, yeah, Gana finished problem A, and then I think I decided that H was a doable DP. So I jumped on the computer, and also this is frozen. Oh no, it's not frozen, okay.
You're just moving very slowly.
I'm just moving very slowly. Okay, no more
Okay.
computer.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think so I started moving. So the way our team works, it's the three of us, and Gana starts reading from problem A, and then I started reading from problem E, I think. So by the time we finished problem A, I had already read up to problem H and decided that one was the doable one.
Going back to the basics a little bit, maybe we are in Cancun, Mexico. This contest happened yesterday. Previously on stream, you saw Lydia and Nick, who have helped with the organization of this event and this live stream immensely, and huge thanks to them. For this contest, what basically happened is, yes, I was sitting at the keyboard, I opened problem A, and I was like, oh, I can probably solve it. And I got the first attempt wrong, even though, well, maybe I rushed a little bit, but I just wanted to get it accepted as fast as possible. So we got the first solve on minute 5, but it was our second attempt though. So yeah, and then basically Andrew said, oh, H, I can do H, and then like we switched, and we would switch quite a few times during this contest, and
Yeah, I think there were definitely a lot of problems that looked approachable in different ways, and so we definitely switched back and forth a few times on which problem we were typing at the moment. That is us. Oh, the queue is refreshed again. Okay.
Yes, you can see now the rejected verdicts of some online teams, I suppose, and there are also some accepted from the online teams as well in the queue. We did not see them because the on-site contest happened before the online contest, so we only had 11 teams that you see on the screen actually in our scoreboard. But
yeah, and I think also the online contest did not have our contest in the scoreboard either. So there were actually two separate scoreboards, and they didn't interfere with each other at all.
yes, so I think we might see those scoreboards on the same standings today though, so it will be like a mix of two, but both groups did not know of the other group, so it could happen that the teams would solve different problems, because in general the standings have a big influence on what's going on in the contest. People see, oh, someone solved this problem, it should be easy, and they would just jump onto it, and it could also happen that there's some easy problem which no team found, and then it gets solved much later into the contest.
Yeah, teams definitely lean pretty heavily on the scoreboard to identify which problems are easier and harder.
Yeah, you can see now that we have the merged scoreboard where our team called USA 1 was in the 4th place, but I think it was also marked with a
Star.
Star and yellow.
Right.
Yeah, so I suppose it's gonna be easy to distinguish. Yeah. Someone else has a submission problem L, and I mean, I don't know, I think teams start kind of randomly, but then when many teams see that problem A gets solved, they will just start doing problem A specifically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think problem L, I don't remember when we saw our first correct solution to problem L, but it was
Okay.
definitely later.
Now we can see our photo on the screen.
Right. This is us. Hello.
Yes, that's us from this contest. Hello. That's Andrew, myself,
Yeah.
and Kevin. Yeah, and now we can also see the new first to solve of problem K, and then another first to solve of problem C. So you can also see that's the team Let It Rot on the screen who got the first to solve problem C in actually the on-site contest, and they got first even before all the online teams. But for problem K, it was solved by some online team on the 10th minute, but in the on-site it still hasn't been solved actually until quite some time later. So you know.
I think this is the live video at the 11-minute mark, so right after they solved C. So I guess they are not currently implementing anything. They continue to read.
They're continuing to read problems. In general, we, as a team, when we are trying to be as effective as possible, we try to have the computer busy at all times, because you only have one computer for 3 people, so you want to use the keyboard as much as possible, because that's the biggest bottleneck of your team resources.
Right.
And that's also a reason why Andrew just jumped into typing H. Even if H was not the easiest problem, it was still like a good utilization of computer time.
You might as well, yeah, if a problem seems solvable, you might as well type it, and then if the other problem, like you can always switch off, or you can always, if you swap 2 problems in your solve order, it really only costs you the difference in time in penalty, so it's not too bad. So keeping utilization high is kind of more important than that.
Yep.
Here though, we ended up actually switching off to do C.
Yes, we switched, and I'm doing C now, and Andrew is figuring out something about H, because apparently his first idea might not be spot on.
I'm not actually sure what I don't actually remember if I finished H implementing.
I think
H.
no, you implemented the naive part of the solution, and you said it didn't match the example.
Oh, okay. Well, actually, I finished the full solution then, which is actually really fast.
Okay.
Or I implemented the full solution, and then it didn't match the sample. So I took some part of it and I replaced it with the naive, and then still didn't pass the sample. So then I jumped off the computer to go look at the code.
Makes sense. We can see another accepted submission from an on-site team, HoMaMaOvO, another very strong competitor from Japan. And during the season, like Nick mentioned previously, teams compete in stages of Universal Cup. There have been like 20-something stages in the season, and they get the final rating points based on that. And our team, USA 1, and their team were very close in rating for the whole season, and yeah, they're definitely a very strong team.
The difference in rating is probably like
less than a point.
Less than
like
a point.
4.6 or something like that.
Yeah. So it's definitely it's very tight over the course of the whole season. Is it even point six?
It's the first place now.
Yes, we did lose the first place. So we can see team Hitonanode doing problem C and getting to first place, as the first team is 2 problems. And I think also it was the 1-person team, which is interesting. In general, in these contests, it's maybe easy enough. Like actually, like if you're a 1-person team, I think in the beginning you have more advantage than in the end, because in the beginning you need to just type the easy problems, and there is not much use of 3 people. Like there is more use because like if you just can I don't know, read problems more quickly, but you can still perform reasonably well if you're a 1-person team. But then later in the contest it's harder to compete, because the team of 3 generates much more ideas in 5 hours.
I think at the beginning of the contest, if you can kind of follow the scoreboard and choose what to read from the scoreboard, and then you can kind of keep up pretty well with just one person. But yeah, later in the contest, if you have to spend more time thinking, then that's like keyboard time that you're wasting compared to a 2 or 3 person game.
We are seeing more screens and cameras from the contest floor, which is really nice. And we can see Team Speedstar implementing problem A. Problem A, as you can see, this is actually a bit of a casework problem, and you have to handle all the cases correctly. That's also why we didn't get it. I didn't get personally correct in the first attempt because I missed one of the cases, but then I quickly fixed it. And now we solved C. Okay, that's really good. So now we have 2 problems, and we are in the lead, I believe, of the on-site portion. But
Right.
but we have 1 correct submission, so we are like 2nd place in the merge scoreboard.
Yeah.
But some teams will overtake us because of their wrong submission for now. But at the same time, you have some advantage on like astronomical time,
Right.
because we are done with 2 problems already, so we can start doing the 3rd one.
Right. Yeah. Penalty. Penalty matters a little less at the beginning because time is so important instead. And so if you get one 20-minute penalty, if you're going to solve like 10 problems by the end of the contest, a 20-minute penalty really is only like 2 minutes of keyboard time. And so it's not it's kind of worth it by the end if you are faster, but get penalty.
Yeah, I think in general, of course, you shouldn't just do submissions mindlessly.
Yeah.
But I mean, sometimes you should, but it depends on the stage of the contest. In the beginning, you probably should not.
We can see here that
A team got wrong answer and they just added another case.
Yeah,
like
and
we
they're
discussed,
just
kind of.
they're trying to decide if it's less than or equal to or equal.
Yeah.
So yeah, this problem is definitely a lot of casework.
Yeah. On the screen, you can also see in the contest hall. Okay, there was a trophy and the balloons, and we had balloons. We have balloons behind us right now. Those are some leftover balloons from the yesterday's contest, but the teams actually got balloons for solving problems, colored balloons, 1 color for each problem, and then also special, white balloon for the first solve.
Yeah.
So now we see team almost retired Dandelion solving problem A in the on-site portion and getting, well, to the 13th place in the merge scoreboard, which doesn't say much, but
So
they were one of the first teams to solve the problem in the on-site portion.
here we see Polish Mafia actually working on H as well.
Oh wow. Okay, that's
Pretty
interesting.
interesting.
Yeah, so they also started with H, but actually it was, we'll see how it goes, but our solution did not turn out to be not correct, so at least the first idea, so we had to put this problem aside for a while.
Here's almost retired. It looks like they don't have anything to work on after A.
Yes.
So
There's
probably
something.
at least 1 person on their team is reading problem C, but
Yeah, that's
no
for
idea
sure.
if
Like,
they,
yeah, that's for sure. Like, I think if someone solves a problem on the 10th minute of the contest, you should be reading it as soon as possible.
yeah. So we'll see when they start typing. And here we have an early submit. We have 2 early early submits on problems E and F. And we'll see. We might see more of those.
Oh,
so
yeah.
the submit on problem F is from the onsite. I think the submit on problem E wasn't.
And slimes.
We have the Slimes team, solving problem C and going up with 2 problems.
Yeah. I think Slimes also had 1 penalty.
I think so, yes. So that's why they're below us, but
Yeah.
still, yeah. We can also see in the back there was this scoreboard on the big screen during the on-site round, so
Yeah.
Just take a chair and move it.
it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hop in really quickly just to help explain one thing that might be a little bit confusing, but if you look at the queue right now, you'll see that the slimes, their rank has a gold fill on it. And if you were paying attention earlier, you would see that some of the teams have a silver fill. So we were talking earlier about the finals. So the teams with the gold fill are automatically qualified to the finals. So their performance in the contest might be relevant for prizes, but it's not relevant for finals. You can see here we have the 4th ranked team, which is 我这也不会笑了. this is the English stream, so sorry for my Chinese. But they were not one of the top 10 teams in the season, but they are currently in the top 8 among all not yet qualified to finals teams. And so at present, they would be a team that would qualify to the finals if the scoreboard were to, or if the contest were to end right at this moment. So just want to clarify why some of the teams are permanently with the gold fill. So those are all the teams that have automatically qualified. So for example, USA 1, the Slimes team, I believe also Polish Mafia, almost retired Dandelion, HoMaMaOvO. I'm probably missing one off the top of my head. There's HoMaMa with their second solve on problem C, and they are now leading the combined scoreboard. But yeah, so the silver teams will change, and so all of these teams are competing for that finals qualification. There will be at least 8 slots, but maybe there will be more. TBD.
Okay.
Just wanted to
Thanks
chime
a lot.
in.
Thanks a lot for explaining. Yes, I think that's very useful. So, yeah, to put it simple, the gold filling means the team has already qualified to the finals. The silver means the team is currently in the qualifying place in the scoreboard, but it might change later. Yeah, Team Homa got in first place because they have 2 problems, but no incorrect submissions.
Yeah.
Which is, good, but not that important again.
Yeah.
So what do you think we are doing?
What are we doing right now? Are we working on? So I think I'm off of problem H already, right? I think by now, like by this point, I've definitely decided that my solution to H was wrong. I think I maybe was talking to you.
Yeah.
Right.
We discussed this, and I
Yeah.
think we figured out it was wrong.
Yeah. And
so,
what did we see on the scoreboard?
oh, you're still. Oh, I think that's the moment you're getting.
This is when I decided that H didn't work. I see.
Maybe it's not working out.
So then
So you can see Team 03 Slimes right behind us, also swapping on the computer.
Right. Right. I think this is when I decided that the slow wasn't. I think that's that's when I checked something and then I typed the slow and then it still didn't work.
Okay.
And so then
I think the spoiler is your next submission is on F. That's your next submission,
Okay.
but I don't know when you got
So
there.
I think here Kevin just got on the computer, and I think that was to type problem M.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah. And so we I think that was the next problem that we looked at. So on the Onsite contest, no one had solved any problems besides A and C yet.
Yes.
So we were all going pretty blind.
But quite a few teams solved problem K on the online portion, so other teams could not follow this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the first solve to problem K was like in the first 5 minutes, in the first 10 minutes.
In the online,
In
yes.
the online,
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
So this is definitely one of those examples of where at least one team solving the problem early leads to a lot of teams solving it earlier.
Now we see Team Amstelpark starting to type problem L actually,
Right.
which is okay. Team Speedstar has a submission problem L. It's probably one of the easier problems, but let's see how it goes.
Yeah. So here we have the onsite scoreboard, and
We could see the onsite scoreboard, and some teams, as Nick described, were marked with gold because they are already qualified, but some of them are not. So.
Yeah.
Yep.
Apparently I'm just standing.
And now, and now Kevin is actually at the keyboard, so he is typing problem M, but I think I would replace him pretty soon.
Spoilers.
Yep.
No, I think I'm on the floor in front of the computer talking to you
We're
about
not talking,
H.
but then,
Yeah.
Okay, Team Yolki-palki is trying to do problem C as their first problem, so they have not solved problem A yet, but...
They also have an incorrect submission
F.
of problem F already.
Oh yeah, that's interesting, yeah.
Yeah, I think, problem F was a constructive problem, I guess. It's a problem about trying to construct a graph with some property with a minimum number of edges, and with some connectivity property. And so I think there are a lot of kind of straightforward ideas that you could take, and then it turns out that it didn't quite work in the most straightforward way.
Yeah, I think as you could see, like some teams, at least one team tried problem F and didn't work out, and
Yeah.
well, we'll see. But in general, it depends. I think your approach could vary. I think it's a little bit what people call guess forces, which is like people just try to guess the solution, and then it might or might not work. They just submit it and like hope it does work. But I think in some problems it's good, but often it's also bad. Like you just try to guess something without proving, and then you get drawn, and you just wasted time for nothing. And that's that kind of means you should actually prove your solutions before
Yeah.
typing them. That's a piece of advice. Well,
Yeah.
at least you should try. I have good intuition.
Yeah.
But, or like you should know like, oh, this is like why this could be right, and not just try to guess stuff.
Here it's almost retired, finishing
Yes, they
problem
finish
C.
at C, and then they still not using the computer. So you can see that like our keyboard is like busy from minute 1 basically.
Right.
Yeah, we are trying to do that as much as possible, but of course it's not always possible if
Yeah.
you can't find the next problem.
You know, it's also not always good if you're typing something that's wrong.
Well, if you're typing something that's wrong, it's not very good. But I think in general, from our like team
Yeah.
performances in the past,
Yeah.
it's often the case. I think specifically Andrew just finds some problem, which is, oh, this is just some, trivial application of this very complex data structure, and he would just start typing it on like minute 10 of the contest, and then finish it by the end of the first hour or something like that.
Right.
And no one else would do it in the first 3 hours, something like that. Well,
Yeah.
fine. That's
Well-
very common for us, I think.
Yeah, I think it's nice to have that kind of problem ready to just fill in keyboard time. You know, you can, if you have like a problem that will take 40 minutes and you just know how to do it, you might as well start typing it, and then like once someone like finishes reading an easy problem, they can kick you off and you can come back in a minute.
We can see that there are submissions on different problems, but only A, C, and K are solved so far, but there are some problem submissions on E, F, H, L, and N, so 5 more problems.
Yeah.
So teams are actually deviating quite a lot and trying to solve very different problems.
Our first team was 3.
And we do have the first team to 3 problems, which is team Twitter,
TR, something about 3 of them
TR,
as well.
ITR.
They're an online team, right?
They are an online team, and they have 3 problems now, yes.
Yeah. Sold all of. Yeah, and I think the Onsite contest still has not had any solves on K yet.
Yeah.
So definitely lagging on that problem.
I had one more thought about your idea about like if you just fill in the keyboard time with some hard problem.
Yeah.
The very important condition is that you should be expected to solve this problem by the end of the contest. If you don't,
Yeah.
then you shouldn't waste your time on this.
Yeah, yeah.
If there is some like data structure problem that you think like you know how to do, but it's just complex and you are going to do it, then
Yeah.
yeah. So now we can see that out of 11 on-site teams, we have 5 teams that have 2 problems, 4 at 1 problem, and 2 teams still at 0 problems. So I feel like it's kind of a slow start for on-site teams. We are like, you can see our ranks, which are like 3, 7, 9, 10, 18, 21, 37. So you would expect the on-site teams to be the favorites
Right.
to the online teams, but so far it's not really being proven,
Yeah.
I guess.
I think not solving problem K or any I think there are several easy problems in this contest, and for whatever reason, no teams solved them, and so there was definitely some effect where just because no one solved it, no one thought it was easy. It does kind of change how you look at a problem when you kind of know that it can be solved in 5 minutes. I think you look for more simplifications instead of trying to just dive at there can be a lot of complexity, and if you know that it's easy, you kind of look for ways to simplify all the cases into something very simple. Whereas if you think it's hard, then you might look for ways to model the complexity with data structures or things like that. And so knowing that it's easy can definitely change how you look at it, how you try and solve the problem.
No, you keep talking.
Um,
How do you feel about the problems at the contest start?
I think when we first looked at the problems, they just looked pretty hard.
Yeah, I agree. I looked at A and I was like, okay, I should do this. But otherwise,
Yeah.
I think it looked pretty tough.
Yeah.
It's, I don't know how to describe this. You just look at the problems and they look hard. What does it mean exactly? You just feel it
Yeah, well, you just, I think, some of the problems, you look at them and they just are very complex, and there's kind of just a lot going on, and it doesn't seem like there's any, like, sometimes there's no easy greedy or anything like that. And so you're kind of just sitting there thinking like, yeah, just how like, you don't really have any obvious approaches or obvious ways to simplify the problem. And so it can be tricky it can be like, they just look hard to approach. I think like I started off reading problem E, which was some big data structure that they wanted. There are operations and you have to update, and I think the obvious solution is like some binary search, and you can't binary search in a data structure, or you can't binary search like on top of a data structure. So that was hard. And then problem F was like some constructive problem with a very strange condition. Problem G was an interactive problem. Problem H was a problem I got wrong and turned out to have a lot more complexity than I thought. So a lot of these problems just had a lot of they just had a lot of moving pieces.
Yeah, I think also like you kind of can look at the problem and decide from the length of the problem statement, maybe even
Right.
or the concept that are being used in that
Right.
problem. For example, if it seems that it's using I know if you're given some a lot of arrays and updates, it's probably not the easiest problem, but in contests with ICPC rules, you want to start with problems which are easier and you want to find them first. So
Yeah.
You usually skip those, but then you get back to them. I think our team, if we talk about this,
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I'm now typing problem F, and I think I'm probably going to submit pretty soon.
Right.
Which is problem F is not solved yet in the contest.
Yeah.
We only know that problem K has been solved in the online, but actually in the onsite, even at half an hour mark, it hasn't been solved, which
Yeah.
is pretty interesting.
Yeah. So on the onsite contest, actually only A and C have been solved. I think that is one of the effects that happens when you have only 10 teams present. It's just like 11 teams present, that there's just many fewer teams, and so some of the easier problems like take much longer to get their first solve, because when you have like 100 teams, then one of them might just start on problem K or something and just solve it early.
Okay, I got up from the computer. What happened?
Well, if you see that submission,
You can see we have 0 problems. Well, that's not true, but we have a wrong answer on problem F. And yeah, we got the wrong. And basically, what I did, I just printed my code.
Yeah.
Because in a team contest, when you only have one computer, like in ICPC, you cannot just look at the screen to read your code when someone else is using it to type another problem. I mean, you can split the screen, but that's not very productive. But you can also print your solution. And that's a very powerful tool. In our ICPC years, we definitely use that a lot. And it's just good that you don't, I think it's also like a different skill, that you just read your code and you debug your solution on paper, instead of using the computer to try to run some test cases and so on. Because as I said earlier, computer time is very valuable.
Yeah.
So you'd rather use it for typing another problem and finding the issue with your solution on paper, if you can.
Yeah, it looks like the onsite scoreboard is doing some catch up right now.
Okay, and you can see team 03 Slimes, they have solved problem K first of all, and they have 3 problems now. They're the first onsite team to solve it. But also they are starting to type problem I.
Immediately, yeah.
Yeah, at the third hour.
Which is interesting. I didn't realize they started this early.
Yes, and you can see some mod, and then there are 2 cases for mod greater than 2 and mod equals 2, I suppose. And,
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so we'll see how that goes, but they are now in the lead of the on-site portion because they have 3 problems.
Yeah.
The only team on the on-site had 3 problems.
Yep.
But now other teams see that problem K was solved, so they can, start looking into it and
Yeah.
maybe solve it too. Realize it's actually not that hard.
That's right.
Okay, you can see that the same team trying to solve problem A. They have 3 correct attempts already, and they're trying to make more and more cases on top of their cases. Oh, they'll submit problem. Okay, yeah, they'll submit problem A again. Their file was named F2, so I was a bit confused.
That's
Okay, finally they got it from the first attempt. Okay,
yeah.
pretty good.
Yeah, interesting that they they're just typing f.cpp, I guess. Maybe it's a leftover file from the practice round or something. So teams online are obviously using their own computers, and teams on site were also given. There was a practice round the previous day, and that we could come and set up the computer and install any software or download any code, template libraries or anything like that. So maybe they just had a problem at .cpp from the previous day that they solved, and we're just using it as a template.
There is a crazy weather this week in Mexico. So whatever you hear in the background is like a full-on thunderstorm. And
Yep.
every single next commentator that will come in will probably be absolutely wet.
Yeah, it is indeed very rainy in Cancun, Mexico, where we are right now. And yeah, what can you do? We can see Kevin typing problem M, but we still have an incorrect submission problem F.
Yeah.
And Kevin is typing something. He's using some copy paste, I feel like, but it's fine. I mean, not
Yeah.
really, but it's okay.
Yeah. Here is Mei Dui Yao, and they are, I guess, just reading. Yeah, Kevin, do you want to come talk about problem S?
All right, we're bringing Kevin on stream.
Okay.
We can give Kevin his comfort zone.
Okay. Hi, Kevin.
Hi.
Kevin's the.
Hi, Kevin.
Yay.
Everyone in the chat, say hi to Kevin.
Kevin is known as KSound48 online, and he is a great competitor. And he solved some really hard problems in this contest and really helped our performance.
Okay.
Right now he is doing a hard problem, which is problem M, which, as you can see, no one even submitted in our on-site portion. Some teams did submit it in the online portion, but
Yeah.
I don't know how close those submissions are.
I feel like they'll beat us to it ourselves. Because, as I recall, it was a while before we actually submitted on that.
Yeah, like we discussed, we switched quite a lot, and then
Yeah, I mean, here we've switched. We've definitely, in the first half an hour, we've already typed 2 problems that were incorrect. We've typed both F and H. So we've definitely spent a lot of the
Yeah.
time on the keyboard.
And the code on M on the screen, I already saw some bugs, and also I ended up deleting that
Okay.
code. So,
Okay. So next time you should just look at your code from a side,
From far,
and,
yeah.
from far, and then figure out all the bugs. Okay.
So it
Oh,
looks like
min
they're
cost
working
max
on problem L.
Okay. So Team Yolki-palki
Maybe.
is copy pasting min cost max flow. That's probably problem L, but
Yeah.
interesting.
I was also thinking
Yes,
about how
it
to
is
solve it
problem L.
using flow, which the constraints for this problem didn't seem to allow, or maybe it would be borderline, but
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we have this. And that's another thing, perk of, I guess, this contest specifically, or Universal Cup in general, compared to ICPC contests. Because in ICPC contest, you can bring, at least in World Finals and some other stages, you can bring a team reference document, which is a 25-page paper document where you could write down any algorithms you want, any codes. But then if you actually want to use them during the contest, you should retype them from that paper. Like, you are not allowed to just have them electronically on your computer. Whereas in the UCAP, you can have any codes already written on your computer. So you can just copy paste, for example, some
Yeah.
standard algorithm,
Yeah.
which makes it I guess, easier to solve problems. Like you can do some things faster,
Yeah.
especially standard things.
Yeah.
And then in other problems, it doesn't help you at all.
Yeah, I think copy pasting, typing from when you do it in actual ICPC, you make your code very short, and you do a lot of tricks to make it fewer characters to type, and like use awful code style in the name of making it both shorter take up less space on the paper and faster to type. But because you do these tricks, it doesn't actually take that long to type. So I think the difference between copy pasting and having to type it is like probably like only a couple minutes or something, which is not like a minute or two, which is not that much. And being able to copy paste is just a nice quality of life improvement. So I think it's pretty nice that you can copy paste instead of having to type it.
We can see Team Yosupo solving two problems right, one after another, problem A and problem C. So they get up to the group of people, of teams with two problems in the on-site portion.
Yeah.
Which is now quite a big group. We still have only one team at 3 problems and many teams at 2 problems.
Yeah.
Yeah, for the copy pasting thing, I also think, like you said, like if you have some very short versions, then they have the table code style or like variable name. But you can have much better code for copy paste, which is a good, much better quality. Yeah.
It did mean that a lot of the time when we copy pasted code when we copy pasted code, it's often very long because people don't bother making it short. And so if you print a problem with a lot of copy pasted code, it can take a lot of pieces of paper.
Okay.
I heard that HoMaMaOvO at some point printed 170 pages of some code or something. So.
Okay. Now we can see the on-site scoreboard where actually all the teams in the on-site solved both problems A and C. And now HoMaMaOvO was the second team to solve problem K, and now we have 2 teams at 3 and everyone else at 2.
Yeah.
Some staff commentary on this front. So when the problems are not presented necessarily in increasing difficulty order, so as you can see from the on-site scoreboard, at least on the on-site scoreboard, the 2 problems that got solved first by every team was A and C. And in fact, this was intended by the problem setting group. They decided it would be funny if the 2 easiest problems were A and C, because that spells AC, which is short for accepted, the verdict that you get when you solve a problem correctly. Traditionally, for contests, they will usually alphabetize the problems, or they claim to randomly permute the problems. But this time they thought, oh, it'll be funny. We're gonna have AC be the first 2 problems that every team solves, or that's what they wanted, and actually the on-site teams agreed with the problem setters.
We pretty much all did A and then C, right?
All the teams or what?
On the on-site, yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, there were some.
There were a couple teams that saw CA.
Oh yeah, some teams did solve CA. I think quite a few actually. Okay. B effect. I see. So now, okay. So what happened basically is, Andrew, you can tell.
Yeah. So I think this is at 43 minutes, and K's first solve was at 32 minutes.
Yeah.
Right. So I think after doing this, I'd already decided that H wasn't solvable. By that point, I pretty much decided that H wasn't doable. So I think I saw the correct submission on K, and I went to read K. So this is definitely like scoreboard, like directly influenced by the scoreboard. And I think it took me like 10 minutes to kind of work out the math. And so this is a game theory problem. It's about like a 2-player asymmetric game, and the 2 players are playing against each other, and there's kind of a few different types of moves, but it turns out that you can kind of simplify away a lot of different, most of the moves, and keep only just a few. So I think then I'm just implementing something with bit sets, or with like keeping track of like numbers with a lot of trailing zeros and stuff.
It's also worth noting another part of our strategy, which is, well, strategy, if you can say so, but you could see that Kevin was typing problem M, but then at some point Andrew was like, oh, I can just type this problem in 5 minutes, problem K. And then problem M was still expected to take more, right? And also Kevin realized that something was wrong with the initial reading of the problem. So he also had to come up with some fixes to his idea.
Yeah.
And that's why we just swapped Andrew and Kevin, and then after Andrew finishes K, hopefully we swap Kevin back on keeper. And now we have the first attempt on problem G, successful attempt in the online portion. There's a team solving problem G at the 75th place, and that's their first problem. So I don't know what that's about, because
There's actually another team that solved G as their first problem.
and there's another team at place 76.
We actually on the staffing end, we are aware of these teams, and these teams very frequently, for some reason, have an interesting strategy where we think what they do is they pick a random problem that looks a little hard. It's not the easiest problem, it's not the hardest problem, and their goal is to be the first to solve it. And I guess they succeeded in the online, or at least
No, in the global.
in the global.
Yeah.
There is a spoiler request in chat. What is the first AC on B in the Onsite? Can you reveal that? Asking for a friend.
No, this is
Obviously
Euron
just-
asking about geometry problem.
I mean,
just
We know
keep
that-
watching the stream, I guess. But
Yeah.
yeah.
Of course.
We already time warped once. We can't time warp again.
Yeah, no more spoilers.
There was at least one submission to probably
Wait, that's a
in the
spoiler.
contest.
Spoiler.
In this contest?
in the
In the Onsite.
You
That
mean
is
over the whole
spoiler.
on-site contest? Oh, okay. Yeah, was there a submission yet? Probably not.
No. There was no
Not
submission.
yet.
There is no submission to B yet. Like that is
Yeah.
public information.
That probably would not be a great. So B is a geometry problem, and are the problems online anywhere? I don't know. Is the
They are
UConn
not public yet, I believe.
Okay.
But
They-
you can see the screens with the solutions, basically.
Right. Can you describe? Can you figure out what the problem is from the solution?
Yeah, I see some bitwise shifts, which means that this is some bitwise problem.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
Team Yolki-palki is still working on problem L with their minimum cost maximum flow,
Yeah. Mean cost.
and they we're not talking about that.
I wonder
They're
if it's
looking
for-
at their book code, which is kind of interesting.
So I don't know what they find interesting about it.
Well, why are they highlighting
Oh.
like the part of this is the book code, so this is the part of the code that oh I see, they're debugging with
Yeah.
interactive debugger. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Um,
In general, this team is still an active competitor in the ICP. So they got a gold medal
Mhm.
in Luxor, and they are going to Aston as well.
yeah.
Oh,
So-
it's okay.
Yes,
Okay,
we
so
did
this
solve
is-
okay. And we got to 11th place from like 26 or something. So we are not doing great so far,
Yeah.
but we are also doing great.
Yeah. So yeah, there are like 10 teams, and the on-site teams have solved K about half an hour or 20 minutes earlier.
Yeah.
So that's
We can also see that like some teams solved G in the online portion, right? Those were the teams that just went for G first for some reason,
Yeah.
because they wanted to do that.
right.
In the onsite, we didn't have any teams who would just ignore A, C, and K and just go for G.
Yeah.
And that's why, again, in the onsite portion, we still don't see that G is easy or.
Yeah.
I think probably what happened was they looked at the title. The title is CNOI knowledge, and then they decided, oh, that sounds like a problem that we would enjoy.
So problem G was it was an interactive problem about strings, and I think if you actually take the time to read through the entire problem statement with all
Yeah.
the boxes, it's a pretty standard setup where you're querying some information about a substring of a hidden string, and a lot of the same techniques that you would do in like any other problem of that type can lead you to a solution to this problem. So I think it's like a pretty natural problem to look at early if you manage to take a look at it, basically.
Yeah.
We can see another team, Amstelpark, trying to solve problem L. So
Not
far,
trying.
They are trying.
They're doing
they're
great.
implementing problem L. Okay, what?
Yeah.
Okay. And in the meantime,
Oh,
yes,
no.
Kevin is back to solve the problem.
This code.
How many bugs do you see on the screen right now?
Actually, this is okay.
One, but a large one?
Well, I've already deleted the code from the previous time we saw my screen. I think I've fixed one of my misreadings of the problem, but there's still another one which I haven't quite internalized.
Do you want to re-describe your reading process for this problem? Because
So yeah, I think people read problems in different ways in general. Like depends if you're trying to go really fast, then sometimes you can skip some parts of the problem. Especially like if you're trying to minimize your penalty, like usually I would just read, if I can, just like read a couple of important words from the problem statement and maybe like the input format, and that's often enough to figure out what the problem is asking. So in this problem, there was a pretty long statement, but it had a lot of pictures on the first page, including like a logic puzzle grid with ones and twos, and I actually like kind of knew how this logic puzzle worked. So I just assumed that the problem was asking to fill the logic puzzle correctly, which was true, and then I read that it asked to maximize the value of the logic puzzle grid. So naturally, I thought you should just maximize what the contents of the grid when you read it, and that turned out not to be the case.
Okay, so we can see the scoreboard, the merge scoreboard now, and on the first page up to place 26, every team has solved A, C, and K exactly, in some order, maybe different orders, but and now we also have two teams solved G, which are not on the first page with the standings, but it's okay. Probably some other teams will catch up eventually.
Yeah. After you solve problem G, you can go back and solve problem A, C, and K, or you can continue working on random problems.
there is a very funny ICPC strategy for dummies that was advertised several years ago. The strategy was roughly step 1: identify a medium difficulty problem that your team specializes in and probably should not do first if they were optimizing to win. Step 2: solve this problem. Step 3: now go solve all the easy problems because you're an hour behind all the teams that solve the easy problems, and now just catch up on the scoreboard.
Yeah.
Also, it's amazing raise money.
Oh yes, that's another thing. So that was not true in this contest, to my knowledge. Maybe it is, but I at least have no information about this. In some contests, like in ICPC World Finals, if you are the first team to solve a problem, not only do you get one of these like fancy balloons. Actually, I'm not able to pull it all the way on screen because it's tied to some stuff. Not only do you get like a fancy balloon, but you also get a cash prize. So some teams might decide, oh, we don't have a chance of getting a medal, but we might have a chance of winning some money. So they will, instead of solving the easy problems, they will throw away every problem that gets solved and then only focus on unsolved problems and try to get as many first to solves as possible.
Yeah, I don't know about that strategy, but sure. In the on-site portion, actually, I think at least 3 teams already have tried to solve problem F, including ours, and got incorrect. And then we can also see in the queue right now that Team HoMaMa tried to do problem E and also failed. So yeah, we can see that on-site teams have not tried problem G yet, which has been solved.
Yeah.
But we didn't know it was solved also. So.
Also, the fact that 3 teams have tried F and failed was definitely an indication that, like F solution might be more complicated than.
I think yeah, there is some bound. Like I think if like 1 or 2 teams tried it and failed, it could still be that they just still have some bug, and then maybe they were gonna get it soon, and so you have to try to get it as soon, like try to solve it too. And then like if 5 teams have tried it and all of them failed, then it could be an indication that the solution is more complicated.
Yeah. It's at least an indication that you should maybe improve your solution.
Okay, so now we can see some segment 3.
Yeah.
Problem E, and Marlon Arcade is debugging.
Mhm.
And again, yeah, probably it hasn't been solved yet, so it's not an easy problem to solve.
Yeah.
You know, the teams go for whatever they find solvable. So,
Mhm.
because as we could see in the scoreboard, like it was just AC and K, so we don't have any other information. So you just go for whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think teams are working on a lot of different problems at this point. Because
Yeah.
there are a lot of problems that seemed somewhat approachable, but
Yeah.
none that was like a clear, easy problem.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, for me, I was looking at L in the beginning of the contest mostly, but I don't think I found a solution at this point yet.
Right.
And we are getting more and more teams at 3 problems.
Yeah.
Solving K mostly.
There's a team with 3 problems at 43rd place. So yeah, there's like 40
Yeah.
teams with 3 problems.
And 0 is 4 so far.
Yeah.
But that's okay. It just means that the easy problems are like very well defined to be
Yeah.
the easiest problems, but then from there on there could be quite some deviation.
Yeah.
In the Onsite we now have 7 teams solved 3 problems and 4 teams solved 2 problems.
Yeah, you can see just on stream, you can see Polish Mafia was celebrating that they have problem K solved, so they joined the ranks of all the teams that have 3 problems solved.
Right.
I need to say that in general this contest, if you look at the contestants, you could find the list of contestants on Course's blog posts about
Right.
Universal Cup, but all of them are very strong. It's like there are like probably more than half legendary grandmasters, maybe. I don't know, like a lot of them.
Yeah.
That's right,
Yeah.
And then like the others would be like international grandmasters.
Yeah.
So this field is very competitive, and even like from the top, very very top, there would be a lot of people.
Yeah.
So this is definitely a very elite event.
Mhm. Yeah.
I have decided I'm going to get a count for you of number of legendary grandmasters.
Okay, thank you. Our in-house statistician Nick.
Yeah.
I can't believe I'm doing analytics here as well.
No.
Universal Cup Analytics.
Yeah. I want to see.
Yeah,
Are
you
they
can
going to
see
pan
now
back
this
to us?
before. So we
I'm
have-
trying to.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to think about which problem we're typing at the moment.
I think
Yeah,
Kevin
we
is still typing,
switched over.
but then you would probably switch again.
Yeah, so the official count, there were 31 official participants, so
You're not doing great when I look at the places.
that's
Our
true, I wanna say
on-site
that.
teams are not doing great. That's
Yeah.
true.
Some
The ranks
teams
don't
70.
look like 1 to 11, what it should, kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are
7 to 71.
so there are 18 legendary grandmasters out of 31 here.
Yeah, more than half.
More
okay.
than half.
Yeah.
Guessed correctly. Nice.
I think with the on-site contest, it was like, I think like the setup is a little bit like unfamiliar, so it probably takes a bit longer to get the first few problems. But
We see that team, Hitonano has solved problem G and is the very first team to
Oh.
solve 4.
That's offensive.
This is very cruel.
Yeah.
For those who are a little bit confused here, for some reason, the phrase "you are doing great" or "they are doing great" got said many times. In fact, our group chat is Summer Summit 2024 is doing great, and.
Yeah.
Yeah, so for some reason this got turned around.
Yes,
Oh, we
so-
see a submission to L.
Huh? We have a submission.
Wow.
Which is the first. So you can see the team that is celebrating in camera
Tell
right
them. Tell them.
now. And
Go, go. We have Misha.
All right,
actually
now
with us.
now we're gonna
Get
pull
him.
up
All right.
an individual from Amstelpark.
Masha,
Let's go,
Masha,
all three of
No,
them.
Masha, go. We don't care. This is like
Have
choreography.
Andrew here.
Yeah. You guys can. Okay. Wait. I can sit in the back.
Why not?
All right, so please explain what happened with problem L.
No, first, please welcome
Oh yeah, please welcome.
66.6% of Team Amstelpark. Yay!
And we
What's with
and we
the
still have
L?
Andrew here.
Yeah.
So what's happening here is Alice is writing problem G with, I'm not sure we really need, we needed a subtask of count number of strings fast, and we decided just to copy paste suffix automaton instead of thinking of how it probably can be doing faster in that problem.
I don't actually think it can.
Yeah, oh, it can generally, but
Yeah.
probably in that problem when you have these substrings you can. And what's happened to problem L Michael is definitely better to explain. He wrote something,
Yeah.
no one still knows what.
I mean, I still don't really understand why like people aren't solving it like fast. I mean, I think I'm not sure like I have exactly correct solution because my solution is like n log n, I think, and the constraints were like really low, and so yeah.
I heard that maybe the solutions were low to allow min cost max flow instead of sorting.
Yeah.
Which is there's a step where you have to take the k cheapest edges, and you can take the k smallest things with min cost max flow, where you send at most k flow through, and each edge has a cost. It's not a very interesting min cost max flow, but it is fun. It might be that. Yeah.
It's endings.
Yeah.
It looks like
Pavel, you need to tell the story of why you're here and why we have 11 teams.
To be honest, I don't know this story.
I mean,
As I understand the
get
story,
creative.
Was that organizers was not really sure that one of the teams would be able to come because of visa issues. So they decided they better have 11 teams than 9. And invited us, but in the end the team which organizers was unsure was able to come, so we have 11.
Okay. Yeah. So you guys are competing for the
Yes.
for the for the eight slots to qualify for finals.
I'm not. Well, we are. I'm not sure about whether there would be 8. To be honest, I expect that teams that are not coming here have quite big chances to not be willing to come to the finals either.
Right.
And there are at least three, I think, such teams.
Yeah, so
to
to
advance, but who knows?
Yeah, so to clarify the finals qualification process again, because it appears that every time we learn something new. So we said that the top 10 teams from the season will qualify automatically to the finals. However, just because you qualified does not mean you have to attend. Now, if a team in the top 10 qualifies but does not wish to attend, we do not take like the rank 11 team from the season and then promote them to the finals. Those slots instead get sent to the semifinal competition.
And also there are 2 slots for writers, which we still don't know anything about. If there would be less than 2 slots for our authors, probably 1 more slot would go to semifinals, or 2 more slots would go to semifinals. Like, that's not decided yet, as I know.
Yeah, there's the official finalist invitations have not gone out yet, but I think they are going to be going out shortly after the end of the semifinals once we have the full results, and they will figure out how to allocate all of the slots accordingly. So just because you are not in the top 8 does not mean you are not qualified to the finals. So there will pretty likely be more slots than just the top 8.
And also, like the rule said, at least 20 teams total. So maybe organizers considering having more than 20, but that's also not decided yet.
So I just got off the keyboard, and I think I just submitted problem G. Is that what I just did?
I don't
think
okay.
so.
No, we
I think
didn't
you did.
submit anything according to the scoreboards we see.
No, I think
so. I was working on problem G.
Wasn't it just
I
Kevin?
printed. I see.
Okay, maybe Kevin just fixed something in the app.
No, I remember what I did. Oh no, what did I do on problem G?
Well, probably just have some problems and printed it.
That's very interesting. I don't remember debugging on G. But yeah, now Kevin is back on M for. I think this is Kevin's 3rd stretch of working on M already.
So why did he submit it after
Oh,
we
I
get
see.
one answer sample?
to get wrong answer.
No. That's a white space. It's a white space thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I mean, he
Oh,
got
okay, now I know what you're
some
doing.
local wrong answers.
Oh, I see. Kevin was just trying to fix.
Right.
But indeed, it was wrong.
Yeah. And so now I'm back to typing problem. She.
Okay. You also decided to copy paste suffix. You have suffix array, not suffix automaton.
Yeah.
That's what.
Linear time suffix array.
I heard that
No factor
recently.
26.
I heard you recently fixed a bug in your suffix array.
Yeah, that was a very sad contest. There was a suffix array problem, which was kind of not that hard, I think. It was like medium problem or something, but I copy pasted my suffix array, which I implemented like 3 years ago, and I've used and Kevin has used in every contest since then, and it got runtime error. Our submission got runtime error, and we were trying to debug it in various ways, and I think I couldn't generate any local cases where it got runtime error, even with debug flags, even with like address sanitizer and stuff. And then I think Genna had to come and try some other cases of like various sizes. And it turns out that it fails only on medium-sized cases. Oh, we have our first solve on problem M, by the way.
Can you read this?
What is it?
I don't know.
Kevin tried it first, but he didn't get it right.
Right.
So
Um,
I'm a bit. I cannot read this team name.
Yeah.
Maybe someone else can hear.
We'll let the Chinese stream read it for us.
All top 8 teams are not Onsite teams.
Yeah.
Well, that's not true. We are
And they're
from.
also not.
Wait,
I'm so
Amstelpark, sorry. All top 8 teams have not yet advanced to whatever happens
Yeah.
in whenever.
They are doing great.
So maybe we should not have invited those teams.
Yeah.
Actually, so what is there a hypothesis? Like, what is the hypothesis for none of the on-site teams, which we expect are like the teams that perform the best during the season? Why would you think that the online teams happen to be outperforming them in the semifinals right at this moment, at the 1 hour mark?
Well, I would say that unfamiliar setup is more important on easy problems. So it slows down your easy problems more significantly than on hard ones.
Yeah.
And probably it would be better closer to the hard problems.
Right. I think K is also just like, the first solve on the on-site round was just like, so the first solve on online was like in 4 minutes or something, and it was that team's first solve, I think. And the first solve on-site was like, no one solved K until after they did both A and C, and like had read and typed some other problems often. So I think there was just like, when in such an early stage of the contest, like the ranking is all like tie broken just by penalty, and so that's kind of one explanation for why the penalties are just higher on site. I think it's like, it might not matter that much by the end of the contest, but it is just some like penalty difference. Yeah.
Slimes is still working on problem I. They've been typing at it for quite a long time, so we'll see when we'll see if they get around to submitting.
Yeah.
And I'm like the trolling one, right?
Yeah. It's very interesting that, maybe they're just used to it, but it's very interesting to me that they have this add function, which is like they don't use operator overloading.
Well, actually,
to do
I
one
don't
and stuff.
either.
Mhm.
Don't know why. That was just like at some point I've written this and used to it.
Uh-huh.
I'm too lazy to learn to something
Right.
new.
Mhm. Yeah. I think the best thing about operator overloading is it's impossible to forget to do it and to accidentally do.
Yes, I
unmodded.
definitely agree it's better. Just
Yeah.
changing your habits is complicated.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, probably the only minor disadvantage is that you need to explicitly cast constant numbers to your modular class.
You can do implicit in constructor too.
Maybe
If you
that
want.
also works.
Yeah.
Actually, in my Kotlin template, I have operator loading instead.
Yeah. Right.
So
Here's HoMaMaOvO working on problem main. You think it's D?
Yeah.
Okay. D is a what is it? D is like
it's some constructive problem.
yeah. you have like a matrix, and like you can do you can like cycle rows and cycle columns in some way, and you need to take it from one state to another. So it's like one of those construction problems where you're just kind of moving everything around, trying to do things that way.
Oh, I remember this clarification request. It was I think they were asking like, are you allowed to have parallel edges or something like that?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, reading the samples can help clarify, but it is sometimes nice to have this specific confirming it. What's going on here?
Why does he have in university?
Oh, okay. There are more stories to tell here. So, multiple contestants at the Summer Summit are wearing the 47th World Finals T-shirt from Peking University, despite not attending Peking University. So, for example, Maroon RK, who was a staff member at the Luxor World Finals, was wearing the Peking World Final shirt last year. So what happened was, due to the rescheduling and team member swaps, there are a lot of things to accommodate the last minute changes to the World Finals. Some team members got swapped in, and they had to pre-print all of the shirts beforehand. So what they did was they pre-printed extra shirts for all of the teams, along with the original shirt sizes for the original teams. So all teams got like 4 additional extra large shirts. And so these teams are like, oh, I don't need an extra World Final shirt. So then they just started swapping them. So I believe that like Maroon RK got like a Peking shirt in exchange for like some Tokyo shirt. And I don't know what other swaps there were, but I'm sure there were more of them.
Why not?
Yeah.
All right, you say one submitting G.
Submitting problem G. Yeah, so one thing about problem G is it's an interactive problem, which means that the samples are kind of hard to. You can't just like test the samples very easily. So I actually I actually went and wrote like the interactor in my code in order to test. And that like took I took like 15 minutes or something after Kevin submitted M, and that like writing the interactor probably took like a third of that time or something. So I don't know if that was the right choice, but I think like otherwise it's too likely that you just typed something completely wrong. So
yeah, I will confirm in previous Universal Cup rounds, like previous stages, that for interactive problems I will just write the interactor because.
By the way, some contests providing interactor to participants, even some ICPC contests do this. For example, Northwestern Europe contests provide an interactor and some dummy interactor, which probably do some stupid things, not some like interesting things if interactor can be adaptive in the problem. But still, what do you think it's reasonable to do this?
I think
To provide it or to not provide it?
Well, both.
I think it probably doesn't make too much sense to always provide it, especially sometimes like, I mean, for instance, in this problem, like the interactor contains the code to like count number of distinct substrings.
Well, you can do it.
You can do it like naively or something,
for example,
Quartic or something.
But yeah, I
but
agree.
it's a little bit. Sometimes it can contain a little bit too much non-trivial code.
I think actually they provided it in Python. Mostly, which probably would be not that useful, but still.
Yeah.
I think Jam provided.
Well, I think in Northwestern Europe they are providing like this approximately the same was provided on Conjam.
Yeah. It seems fine to provide as well. I don't know. Interesting. Yeah. So I think we finished problem G, and now Kevin is back to problem M. So yeah. Do you guys know what you guys are working on at this point?
I think
still
Alice
from
is still working on
Alice
G.
is still working on
It
G.
took some time, and she had some nasty bugs with plus minus ones because we had a bit more complicated solution than we should. It's essentially the same,
Yay!
Yeah.
Pictures.
Yeah.
but instead of just binary searching for the last occurrence of the letter, we actually binary search for the last occurrence of the maximal string, which never existed which is approximately the same. It just have like it does the same binary search but with a bit different query
Yeah.
inside, but it has much more at least plus minus one stuff,
Yeah.
which is a bit annoying.
Yeah.
You look really proud. You should be proud.
So it took some time to figure it out.
Right. Yeah.
And actually, I think we didn't have anything after this to write
I see.
at this
Yeah.
point.
Right. There's no solved problems on the scoreboard at this point, right? And then, so we were working on M. I think Kevin had some thoughts on L, but I have a solution.
I can confirm it is raining moderately outside. In case if anyone cared about the weather in Cancun, it is raining moderately.
It's pretty good.
It's a lot better than 2 days ago where like you just had to get soaked.
Yeah.
Because the wind was literally blowing the rain at like a 60-degree angle or something crazy.
Yeah. This is the three slimes. They were sitting right behind us. And,
Were they loud?
They were loud. We
they
had
were
to
pretty
tell
loud.
them. We were instructed, or sorry, I had to tell them to be a little more quiet because we could hear them from like outside, which is a little too loud.
Yeah.
Was anyone distracting for Amstelpark? Have you heard anyone
No.
loudly
No.
talk?
Not
So
really.
you were the loudest ones. I see.
Well, and we
This is how it works.
And we walked quite a lot around, like because we were sitting at the end and we can walk around not distracting anyone probably much, at least not distracting much.
Right.
I guess my question is, was anyone distracted by me constantly walking around the floor over and over?
Not
'Cause I
really.
kept-
No. I mean,
I think there was a couple not really important announcements during the contests.
There was one that was moderately important, but I think I messed it up.
yeah.
Oh, hey, we have a first solve on J
Yay.
from, that's Utaka, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Which is not the team that is on screen. The team on screen is Yosupo.
Oh, it's yours? Okay.
Yes, it is
Yeah,
Yosupo
it's
of Yosupo fame.
Yeah. 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 No, I think I spent pretty much no time sitting at the. I think I pretty much did not sit at the desk that was when I was not at the keyboard.
Yes.
So.
Yes, I definitely walked by Andrew at least like 50 times. he was pacing back and forth in the like corner by.
I
USA
can totally agree that for me it's much easier to think when walking around than
Yeah.
just sitting.
Yeah.
Yeah, this
Like-
space was a little bit cramped, which
Like
is a little.
that's also what I do in my job. Like I normally, when I'm out of meetings,
Yeah.
I am like sitting in my desk probably like
Yeah.
quarter of time,
Yeah.
and at some point I decide, okay, I need to think about it. Then I just walk around.
Yeah.
It's one more on-site submission on problem F.
Yep. Another. This is like the
It's
fourth or
F,
fifth.
it's
in
not
this one.
I. There.
We were not there yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, problem F, no team has solved, but there were a lot of submissions to it.
Yeah.
And I definitely remember at some point, like there was a submission to F, and I heard some laughter from Qingyu. So so yeah, this is one of my favorite team photos. Very good. Do we have any of the? Are any of the funny team photos going to be on here, or is it just?
What's
the
happened?
They were.
Oh, they were.
Except for Dandelion.
Oh, not
I
Dandelion.
chose a more official Dandelion picture. We can show it anyways.
Uh-oh. Yeah, it was getting these. There we go.
Okay.
You know, cropping this one is
Hard.
Very tight.
We were having some complications because I think the photographer said something like funny position, and it didn't sound like an instruction, because funny position is not actually an instruction. It's usually like do a pose or
Funny.
or funny position. Yeah.
was taking good care of the content generation.
Yeah.
Oh wow, and
Yutaka 5? What?
solved 5 problems. I think that's
Yeah, they're first to 5.
which problems are that?
J,
and G.
Yeah, A, C, G, J, and K. I think.
Probably we can check this.
Yeah, if we get the combined score.
Or we can
No.
wait until.
No. First we look at all the pictures.
This is
HoMaMaOvO.
HoMaMaOvO, which is, for those who don't know, the team reference is a reference to a Chinese competitor whose Codeforces handle used to be Mafia Ovo, and now he is impersonating a different Chinese Codeforces competitor.
Which we should publicly denounce.
Yeah.
Well, this made tracking all of the contestants when they change their handles every year is very difficult for Lydia. But as everyone has heard a million times this contest, Lydia is doing great.
Wow, we're in the top. We finally made it into the top 8.
Yay!
We would qualify.
Kicked out Amstelpark. That's so mean.
So far can still make it.
But yeah, we have 7 unique problems solved: A, C, G, J, K, L, M, and then there's a lot of dirt on F.
Yeah. There are many incorrect submissions on F. So I think we have definitely abandoned the problem by now. I think many other teams decide to do the same. Who's coding? Kevin is coding.
So
Kevin is definitely working on M still.
Yeah.
It's just a minute.
Oh, he just submitted.
Oh, he's just submitted.
Kevin?
Is it right? Of course. Well, the bar is ticking up. The reaction? Here's the reaction. This is sigh of relief. Reaction videos are definitely the new hotness.
Yeah. Oh, I guess you're staying on keyboard because we don't have anything to do.
You actually did abandon F, which is probably potentially a good decision.
What were we thinking about at this time? I think you were thinking about L. I was thinking about J. We were talking about J at the time. Okay.
Oh, I remember this because what happened was one of the people who was doing the balloons asked me, "What is USA 1 working on next? Can you tell us?" And so I remember I was just standing like on the other side of the corner, and then I was like listening, and then at some point I heard tourists say, "When you're ready, I can type J." So then this information got relayed immediately to the balloon person, and they started undoing the balloons for J. And I was like, "Hold on, he hasn't started typing yet."
Hi. Hello.
Come. Yeah. Yeah. Very impressive.
Want to comment?
I think we should be quite close.
Sure. They said sure.
All right, we're gonna bring
Let's
on
get slimes into the stream.
we're gonna bring on some slimes.
Okay. So how many of them do we have?
We have two. I mean, I can
I
always
think
send, or we can
yeah,
pull
put
someone
Andrew
else.
back.
We can take Andrew, or we can put
Just in the
on
concept of this
someone
stream.
from Yolki-palki. Up to you. We should pull someone.
Just them.
Just
They will.
anyone can come. Anyone is welcome to come. Just whoever wants to.
Yay.
All right.
Hello?
You can. It's okay to be in front of the projector. The projector is not on the screen. How are you two doing? I can join them. All right. So over here now we have two new team members. These are from.
Nick, you need to hug them, I guess.
Okay, I need
Fit
to-
in a photo. Because
All right. We can try behind. So here we have the 03 Slimes team. You can introduce yourselves.
Does that count as your
Yeah, hi, I'm Ming Yang from 03 Slimes. Yeah.
I'm Zixian from 03 Slimes.
And your third teammate is asleep, or
I don't know.
Uh,
We just came. I don't know.
Yeah,
Okay.
we don't know, yeah.
Yeah,
okay,
that's all I know.
okay.
What's going
So
on?
here is Yolki-palki, and wait, where are you pulling code from? What website is this? Wait, can you explain where you're copying this code from?
The template OJ.
It's yosupo? Are you coming from yosupo library checker?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Maybe we should, when yosupo comes, we can ask them if they copied anything from library checker.
I mean, that's my code still.
I don't know. I'm sure it's your code. I didn't recognize the granularity.
I have no idea what is going on.
So we're at minute 85 in the contest. Do you remember what you were doing? Were you working on problem I?
Yeah, I think I was working on problem F and also helping with problem I at that moment.
I was working on like the 1-2 problem. What is it?
M?
Yeah, the last one.
Yeah, we were just talking about, we had Kevin talking about what they were doing for problem M, because Kevin didn't read the problem. He just saw the pictures and guessed what the puzzle was, and then he saw like maximize the value. So I think he computed the lexicographically maximum grid, which is not what you're supposed to compute. You're supposed to compute like the max of the sum of the entries on the first row.
And then like I also didn't read it very closely, so I saw like you can have like diagonally adjacent things, as you know. So yeah. So I thought it was like much harder. So why did you say one pass it over? What is it? Yeah, I think it's USA 1, right?
Yeah, so USA 1 was the first team to solve problem M in the Onsite.
Yeah.
Here on screen we have almost retired Dandelion.
Yeah, I think I was coding.
Hey, there you are.
Oh,
Okay.
very impressive. Okay.
You're printing.
Yeah, I was doing F. I thought my solution was very correct. Then I slightly make it correcter and correcter.
Why?
You only have 2 incorrect submissions so far. It could be worse.
You will.
Yeah, I think I will at least submit one more.
All right. Well, we don't spoil too much. We want to, we want to hold the results in suspense.
Sure.
And so this is their third teammate.
Yeah.
They're coming out.
I'll try to find.
I think he's doing I, right?
Yeah, he's probably doing that.
Yeah, we noticed that your team started doing I very early and are still working on I. I don't think the other teams realized just how early your team started working on problem I.
Yeah. I think our teammate said he should be done in like 20 minutes.
Every time he said it.
Yeah, he said it for maybe sometimes, and then like he asked me for some corner cases. He said like I'm only missing this one corner case, and then I just like give him like a construction for that case, and he continue fixing the solution, like the almost there solution here. So I think that's happening maybe now. I don't know.
I can't see you.
Yeah,
You are probably here.
Oh yeah. So the Slimes team are second from the front on the left, second on the front from the left, right behind USA 1. So I think Demi Young is behind the big pillar, so you can't actually see him right at this moment. Yeah. This is where we're entering the 90-minute mark. I believe at the World Finals they like to talk about how at the 90-minute mark you can use this to predict the results of the contest.
What's the current result?
The current results. Are we able to pull the current scoreboard?
It's very blurry.
Yes.
Okay, the current scoreboard will load shortly. So in first place we have USA 1. In case you don't know, the reason they're called USA 1 is because they're always ranked 1. And then we have the next 8 teams, which are all from the online round, and these are the current 8 teams that are slated to to make it to the finals. One of them is Yutaka team with five problems solved. And then all of the other teams, almost all of the teams with 4 have solved A, C, G, and K. There are only 2 teams that haven't. We already talked about Amstelpark. They were first to solve L. And then the team in rank 12 that we don't understand what their team name means is Solve Problem M. Can you explain the team name for our English viewers or not?
It's definitely some anime reference. I'm not very sure. I didn't watch it once.
Yeah, none of us knew, so we figured it was either some inside joke or whatever. But yeah, so just so you know, because you just came in, so the way that the colors work for the scoreboard, so the gold ones are the teams that are automatically invited to the finals, and then the silver ones are the teams that are predicted to qualify for the finals from the semifinals. We also occasionally show the on-site standings because this is the combined scoreboard, so you can see like rank 1 is USA 1, and then rank 14 is Amstelpark, and then you're in rank 25 right now. But obviously in the on-site, you were.
Where is why is Amstelpark?
So Amstelpark was not in the top 10 by rating, so they are not gold teams. This is the on-site standing, so you can see that you were 3rd place right now.
Okay.
So yeah, you can see that the on-site scoreboard is starting to look a little similar. It's starting to converge to the online. So G and L and M have also all been solved. It's also very similar because there's a lot of incorrect submissions on F still. And we'll see. Oh, Amstelpark has submitted G. Is it correct? No.
That's actually was wrong answer 1 because of incorrect.
Yes, we know. So what happened was when you submitted, Jingbang got very excited. He was like, "Oh, Amstelpark they are not in top 10, but they are going to be in 2nd place." And then he immediately opened your submission, and then he said, "Why did they submit this? It fails test case 1."
Well, because it's an interactive problem. It's hard to check.
Yeah.
Oh,
He forgot it was interactive, so I told him, I'm like, "This is the interactive problem, right?" And he's like, "Oh, so they didn't actually test
Actually, I
it."
think we was able to find it in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, I see. Yeah. Well, we'll see. No spoilers.
Oh, wrong answer 1 is almost always easy to find.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
At least
Going
it was
up.
wrong answer 1 now.
Yay! So this is actually a little bit surprising that we have 2 teams at 5 solves on site, and then no teams at 4, and then the rest of the teams at 3. So yeah, I think we still don't see Dandelion on the board, but in the back we can see Amstelpark. I think something is happening.
Well, I
You
think
can
we
see.
have nothing to work on right now.
Okay.
So we just discussed different problems.
We should do that.
Yeah.
I feel like we have lots of things to do.
Because you are stuck on F and
I think that both F and I are very doable.
that's basically.
So I continue doing them until the end of the contest. Maybe I stop doing it until the.
You should not spoil.
Until
Well, we'll see how long you spend working on F and how many submissions you make. It is somewhere between 2 and 2,000.
Yes. Hopefully.
Maybe 200.
I forget.
200, I'm not pretty sure. 2,000, I think, yes. Yeah, I'm discussing with Joe Kang about I.
Yeah, I'm probably coding.
This is going to be a reaction video, right, for Polish Mafia? Is this right? Yeah, it looks like Polish Mafia is submitting. They are submitting. Oh, they're submitting F, and they immediately wrong answer. And that reaction is I don't know. How do you feel about your reaction? Makes sense. I think a lot of teams had thought F probably not is not that bad. HoMaMaOvO team solved problem G.
Oh.
So they are now rank 15 in the combined.
Yes, third in the onsite, I think.
Yeah, they were. I think they were third in the onsite. They were the. Now there is a team at 4.
Yeah.
Yeah. In this view, you can see Yolki-palki showcasing a Peking University shirt. And then if you see, you can see Riku, Maroon RK also sporting a Peking University shirt. So, you know, got very good Peking University representation here.
5, 4, 3.
Apparently I'm staring at the scoreboard again because I just stared at the scoreboard for like the whole time. Why is this?
Can you tell us the story about the T-shirt?
Oh, okay.
Minyan, what's your T-shirt?
Okay, so this T-shirt is like from an anime called Bocchi the Rock, and I bought it from Tokyo. They're doing at Coder World Tour Finals. Yeah, I'm just randomly wearing it. Yeah, because all my other T-shirts look similar.
These are finalists.
All right, so these are the confirmed finalists, and their ranks go from 1 to 66 at the moment. We did talk earlier about how for the on-site, most of these teams are on-site. So the only 2 that are not are the 29 and 30. And we talked about how for the on-site, it's a little bit harder to get started because you're on an unfamiliar setup, so it impacts your ability to start working quickly. So we'll see if the finalists start to catch up. Let It Rot has wrong answer on problem E. So they are I think they're the second on-site team to try it. HoMaMa also tried problem E, but was not able to get it accepted.
Wait, is Jovan on coding or?
Yeah, I don't know.
Wait, where is
Yeah,
the
I think.
computer?
No, I think.
Is that a computer or?
Yeah. No, so I think Mingyang is standing behind Zhou Yang, and Zhou Yang is definitely coding.
Oh, okay.
But I think Mingyang is telling him something.
Yeah, I think we are discussing some construction for it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh yeah, I think yeah. Currently, I think I'm misreading them or something. Yeah.
Okay, we have a new team in second place. It's the anime reference team solving problem G. Oh, we see a Piotr team submitting problem A but having wrong answer. Yeah, problem A was the casework problem. So it's
okay.
So you know, even though it's more than an hour and a half into the contest, like if you don't get all of the cases, it's very easy to be wrong. Let It Rot resubmitting on problem E. We'll see if they can find their bugs.
This is their second submission on E.
Yes, that was their second submission on problem E. You can actually see them at the very bottom of the screen right now, and they're working on E. Yeah. Oh, Andrew was right. He is just literally never sitting down, just always standing. So if you had to redo the first hour, oh, we're at the standings. Okay, so we have 4 teams with 5 problems solved, two of them on site, and then we have at least 20 teams with 4 problems. See, one team has a wrong submission on H, and then several wrong submissions on F. I was going to ask, if you had to redo the first hour and a half of this contest, what would you have done differently?
I would try to read all the problems and think about them.
I will ask Zhou Yao to read all the problems.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Should you don't read the problem again?
Yeah.
I mean,
I think I should also read the other. Maybe I think Zhou Yang should leave I to me. and read all the rest of the problems. And I should also try to read other problems. Yeah. In virtual.
Here's their reaction for yosupo. They just solved problem K after 2 wrong attempts, and so they're now in 4th place. One thing that I want to quickly explain is that for those who are used to the ICPC World Finals, the way that it works, I think, is so they have like 4 gold medals, 4 silver medals, and 4 bronze medals, and then they have like honorable mention for some team. I think it's actually the bottom 3rd, or I don't quite remember. But so at this event, they were trying to figure out how to do the medal division. So I think how it works is the team that is in 1st place gets the title of champion. The team that is in 2nd place gets gold medal. The team in 3rd place gets silver. The team in 4th place gets bronze, and then 5 through 11 get honorable mention, I think.
Really?
That's what I think, but I'm not actually sure. I saw some writing of this somewhere on a slide, but I don't think it's actually.
Everyone is already a winner.
Yeah. Everyone is doing great.
Oh, I have a button for this.
You have a button? Oh no. Okay, in about 15 seconds, I think we're going to see something on screen. Team Triter is in 2nd place now. They just solved problem M. They are doing great. We have the submission on J. Oh, so we have a new team in 2nd place. Let It Rot is resubmitting problem E, but wrong answer again. So yeah, it seems like teams are the top teams are slowly getting to 5, or maybe working on their 6th problem.
I'm so curious about the rules. How many teams?
Where is that? No. Never. No.
Where is the contest rule?
I think
I'm
it's
so curious.
somewhere on the page. Yeah, here.
Let's entertain people with more people.
You want to bring more people? Different people?
Sure. Yeah, sure.
All right, so we're gonna upward slime. Who should we bring on? Is it time for?
Let's go check. No, please. It's gonna be fun. Nope, let's go.
It'll just be for a few minutes. It'll be okay.
It's fine.
You can sit. You can sit.
Sit in front.
Yeah.
Hey. Hi everyone. I'm reading chat, by the way. Nobody else wasn't, I believe. So yeah, Speedster is one of the few teams that attended S2, which is hard. Do you usually do contests as a 3?
Yes, 3 members.
Who is your 3rd member?
The 3rd member is SSRS. He's very good at implementation. So we need SSRS.
Aw. Which problems would he do?
I guess he's good at program E and L or M.
E would be nice.
But we
Okay, that's a fun one. How was your contest start? How do you feel about the first 2 hours of the contest?
the programs were difficult than usual. and
My joke at some point of the contest to Jinban. So Jinban is the director of Unicap. And so he came to me when I was recording the broadcast. And I think that he said, hi, yeah, it's looking great. And I'm like, yes, much better than Edcoder World Tour finals. There are some submissions. So it's always fun to hear that these problems were hard.
Yeah.
I think the hardest problems are from Japan, always. Which problem did you like the most?
I have engaged program F if for more than 2 hours, but I couldn't find a solve. But so I wondered the solution of the problem F.
Okay. Mikhail from Amstelpark, who we had previously, at some point of the video, we'll see him say that. He said, oh, and I read problem J and I like it, so I'll go solve it. Was it something like this for you at any moment of the contest? As in, when you like a problem, you go solve it, but then it turns out to be like just a little too hard or waste of time, like incorrect scheduling?
The program L.
L, okay.
It looks like some material program, but I'm learning discrete mathematics right now, so I will try to solve program L, but I guess that was not material program.
We did contest simulators with a lot of teams, and I think that I don't remember who. We'll see that as part of the content of Unicap. One of contestants said that they dislike greedy because a lot of things that they think are greedy are not. And so it feels like greedy is always like just betraying your trust. You think it's easy, you think it's greedy, you go write it, and it never works, which is kind of sweet. Yay. Oh, we have more submissions from the third place, but it's not getting better. It's pretty fun how, combined with online results, there are so many teams with 5 problems solved. That's very impressive at the 2-hour mark for this contest. I felt like for Onsite, people get like kind of tricked into doing E and F and attempting them a lot. And this was a pretty unsuccessful thing. Have you followed scoreboard a lot when you were solving?
So we have tried F very early at the contest because USA one and other teams submitted F very early.
Yep.
So no teams have solved the problem F, but it will be solved soon.
Yeah. Yep. Spoiler alerts. Just a reminder to our wonderful spectators, we are doing a replay of a contest. So the content that you're seeing now on screen has been recorded yesterday. So now all the teams had plenty of rest and can join us for some fun insight on their problems. And so yes, sometimes we'll be able to travel into the future and know how it works. Oh, almost treated Dandelion actually accepted problem G, but it's still not like up to the top of the scoreboard. They've already advanced to the final round, but they are now with just 4 problems solved, so it's not top 8 at this point. Will be a long wait before B. Yes. B is a tricky one. It will take teams a while to figure it out. What?
Oh, I am just investigating this claim. I will neither confirm nor deny.
That there will be a long wait before problem B.
Well, that is what the YouTube comment says, and whether it is or is not, we will find out.
A number of teams, like I was trying to catch teams' reactions, and we'll upload them. We automatically record the team reactions, so we'll upload them to somewhere online. You'll be able to see them all. But I was trying to catch team reactions in real time, and in a number of cases, as soon as a problem is solved, there is nobody at the computer. Like just closer to the middle of the contest, that would happen more and more. Oh, HoMaMaOvO, an attempt on G, but yeah, not a great one. And so that was pretty surprising for me. How much time do you think you have idled on the computer? So when nobody was typing during the contest?
So the problem in the middle of the contest, there was some time that nobody is in front of the computer.
It is an interesting parameter. I hope that sometime in the future we'll be able to have keyloggers on your computers, like I have not enough data. Hi. And we'll be able to show you a graph of your activity, like how intensively is everyone typing. Oh, and now Yui is now taking the computer, and I think that will be just a very short time until their next submission and fix on problem D, which will be very, very fun. Carl Anthony asks, guys, can I take part in the competitions after 25 years? And this is a pretty fun one, because surprisingly, Unicup Summer Summit has both teams that are currently active at ICPC and IOI, as well as teams who finished their performance like over a decade ago. Like Pavel's World Finals, Pavel, say hi. Oh, you can see him, good. Pavel's World Finals was pretty accurately 10 years ago. 2 days ago. Yeah, it will be precisely 10 years in 2 days from now. Pavel, do you feel old? But also, you've competed a really long time ago.
No, I'm sorry. Competitive programming about 7 years ago. But other participants in this Onsite do the competition very wrong.
Yep. I think that your team has the most difference in ages between contestants. I'm not claiming that's...
I'm not sure. I think HoMaMa might actually be bigger.
Not really.
I think HoMaMa is like 8, or no. HoMaMa is like 15 years, right?
No.
Are you sure?
No.
I guess HoMaMa and yosupo is a very, very old team.
yosupo are old, but there is not much dispersion.
HoMaMa, isn't Maroon Arcade, didn't he do IOI in like 2017?
Yes.
Oh, right.
And then
yeah, I guess you're right.
Must be started the competitive programming 5 years ago.
Oh, okay. That's fair. Oh yeah, Mosby had pretty impressive years of his IMO participation. Do you know Mosby's IMOs?
He have participated in IMOs and got gold medals.
I think I have it somewhere with me. Give me a second. So we have 6 people who participated in IMO. Like almost everyone participated in IMO. Almost everyone participated in ICPC, or are going to, because we have people who are still like actively doing their IOI. But this is fine. But then we have 6 people who actually did IMO, and Mosby did IMO in 2002, do 2003 and 2004.
Wow.
Like a couple of kids at this event were not even born.
I want to briefly interlude here. So we have temp team name. They have solved 5 problems, just solving problem M, and they are currently in first place.
That's suspicious.
Okay.
We have 6.
They have 6.
No, we didn't have 6. I think.
They have 5.
No, I mean, did we have 6 at this point? But I
Nope.
understood that.
No. So yeah, IMO is apparently a strong signal for having a long career in competitive programming. Because both Mosby and Lyrically did that, and like Kevin is still here, and Wojciech is still here. That's a pretty nice longevity for a competitive programmer. Being a mathematician on a team is apparently a good idea. Oh, I got the info that we need to pull a few more people into the broadcast.
Should we poaching you?
No, let's get Yolki-palki. They're trying to read.
Alright, Yolki-palki.
How?
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Hi. Speaking about people who were not even born.
Yeah, that's us.
Are you the young? No, you're also not the youngest team at the event.
Yeah, by like 2 years, 1 year, at least.
No, there are contestants who are
3 years.
doing their IOI.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah. Oh, nice. There is a Russian saying for ваши тети кто-то там показывает. Are there any bugs on the screen now?
Well, yes.
No.
Already?
Right now on the screen, no, but in the same file.
The current code doesn't compile.
Oh!
I wrote reverse syntax begin syntax back for some reason.
Uh-oh.
He wrote too much Python in the last few days, maybe.
How was your contest?
Oh, it was terrible.
Yeah.
Completely.
It was a contest.
It
for
was
sure.
a contest for sure.
Like, we read a couple of problems incorrectly, and yeah, so.
Which one specifically?
An interesting thing happened with problem E, because we read it incorrectly. I wrote a solution, then I stress tested it, and there was no bugs in it. So I clarified if everything's okay with the tests, and it turns out that there were some problems which were fixed, and yeah, it seems that it didn't affect almost anyone, but yeah, I just solved another problem, so...
So we should expect a variation on this problem in
No,
some of the upcoming
it's just
contests,
easier
right?
version, basically.
I mean,
Yeah.
there are easier contests.
Uh,
Oh, 3 slimes have just accepted their M, but it's also their 4th problem at the moment. Nice.
yeah.
So which problems were misread?
Problem E.
I think a lot of people at the beginning of the contest
Yeah,
thought
also
like
there were some
E
problems
is a
with
different problem.
F.
Misread, like,
Almost everyone got yeah, some dirt on problem F.
And
so
F, yeah.
F was not misread. F just seemed easy, but wasn't easy in reality. And E didn't seem easy. It seemed like Seva
Well, I
found
came
a
up with
solution for the problem.
pretty beautiful solution. I liked it, but yeah, it turns out that problem was much harder.
Uh-oh. That's fair enough. What was your hardest problem to face in this contest?
To face, I mean, I technically faced all the problems.
Okay.
The ones where we made
No,
some...
hold up. But you both type.
Yep.
You never take problems during the contest. Almost.
Almost never.
Almost never, yeah.
Okay, you have not typed problems during this contest.
Yes.
Spoiler alert. So, how comes you read the problems that he types afterwards?
Well, perhaps what I said wasn't exactly correct, but like all the difficult problems I've seen.
Okay.
Because we haven't typed any difficult problems.
Oh.
You have typed one difficult problem.
Well, I don't know. I think I got monitor affected super hard. When you really think about it, the actual constructive is pretty easy. Even though proofs aren't obvious, coming up with a solution that passes isn't hard. but we spent a lot of time thinking that it must be incorrect because no one solved it. And there were a lot of incorrect submissions from all three slimes.
Yeah, plenty of those incoming. We'll still see a lot. FF Tilted are surprisingly also debated on I.
Yeah.
And
They have a submission in the freezing.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And we don't know the results yet.
Well, we could have asked them, but...
I mean, whatever. We'll learn the unfrozen results shortly. HoMaMaOvO submitting D is going to be fixed. Yeah, I think it's going to be the fixed solution finally.
Oh wait, should we spoil which problems we solved in the end?
Oh, you're welcome to if you want to.
Or you should not.
Denise, I think Denise is shy a little bit because like he says, oh, the problem I is very easy. It was just monitor. Sorry. sorry. In reality, it's a quite hard problem. I still don't understand the solution, even though Denise explained it to me twice.
I can explain more if you want.
When I say I don't understand it, it doesn't mean like I'm completely clueless. But okay. And so Denise wrote the solution and he submitted it. It was already in like final hours because the
it was
main
last minute.
Okay, because the main bulk of the time spent on contests, we were just debugging or writing something incorrect. So Denise had very little time for the problem on the computer, and he wrote the solution. He submitted. It got wrong answer, and he's like, maybe I'm just wrong. Okay. In reality,
anyway, like 13 seconds remained, so we didn't have much time.
In reality, the only bug he had, he's like forgot to type ++I in some place because like he skipped 2 rows instead of 1 somewhere in Matrix, and it's like
actually, you see our team now in the background. So I have written like a half of solution of I up to this point, and then we.
You mean half like you solved P not equal to 2?
No, my solution is totally incorrect.
Oh, okay.
Just don't care.
You see, one have submitted and accepted J, and they're now back in first place eventually.
But now we printed it to check, and then Alice is writing something more reasonable. I don't remember which problem it is. That's a problem. And finally we even didn't submit problem I, because I just locally had, okay, I just generated local test locally and got, okay, it's not working.
Okay.
What's next? Like on any random local tests.
So
I was trying to fix it for some time, but then we
Denise doesn't want to admit, but he's working on it. Okay. You asked how was our contest, and Seva said that it was terrible, and he explained his reasons. I want to explain my reasons. Like, I'm very, how do you say it? I feel terrible because I misjudged a lot of problems. Like, for example, I have read problem K, and I thought about for 2 minutes, and my internal checker said it's a hard problem, move on. And it was wrong completely.
What's up?
But at the time, yeah, we saw that. USA 1.
USA
J,
1 solved
but not
problem
B,
J.
but J, yeah.
They solved problem J. Not the first to solve in the combined, but first to solve.
Yutaka is strong, by the way.
On-site.
Like,
first to 6. Just wanted to quickly. I was fast.
Yeah. So I was saying
misjudgment.
I misjudged the difficulty problem K, and since there were only 11 teams, by that moment not many teams solved it, and I just forgot about it for a lot of time. And the moment I returned to it, I was like, oh, it's easy. And we spent a lot of time on it. Basically, we lost a lot of time on it. The other thing is I got debated by problem L. In reality, I think someone said it already, there is a solution in n-log-n or even linear solution, but the constraints on the problem is like 1,000 or 5,000. And I think I know why, because the first part could be done greedily, but it's not that obvious. And the first thing that comes to mind, at least for me, is
Min cost.
Yeah. So when I read the problem, I was like, oh, it's just a typical min cost problem. And I constructed a typical net that would solve typical min cost problem. And I said to Sarah, like, write it. And she wrote it, and it got a wrong answer. And I was like,
No,
oh.
it just didn't work at
Oh,
the first time because
it
the network wasn't correct, and we fixed it, and then it got wrong answer.
Okay, and so the problem is that if you are, in short, what the solution to the problem is, you do a min cost first, or not a min cost but a greedy solution, and afterwards you fix it. And it's very not typical to fix a result of a min cost. It's like doesn't happen, because when you mess up something that your min cost gave you, you probably are doing something wrong. But if like your first part is greedy, then it's pretty reasonable to think that you may just adjust some things and fix the solution. So I was not thinking about how to. We knew what the bug is. The bug is actually, in short, it's like you have a closed loop of you have a closed causal loop, like in time travel, but but in the problem solution, and it must be broken in some way, and not very understandable, I guess.
That's okay. That's okay. In general, during the contest, you'll have quite a few incorrect submissions,
A lot of them.
including one compilation error. What was that?
What was that? Yeah.
I actually had your coach with me at that precise moment of time, which probably should not happen.
That's very easy to explain, actually. That was on problem E. Seva's solution required FFT, and so we copy-pasted FFT from the library checker from my fastest submission on the problem convolution. My fastest submissions also had fast input and output, specifically blazing I/O. And the writer of that library, from my small understanding, this library completely changes the way that input output works. But the writer of the library made it so that it would work with the regular iOS-based into the CDU and CNTI. But she wrote in her blog that she will never support cout.ty because it does nothing, and people who write this are just wrong and waste time on the disk. And Seva writes this.
Oh.
So we submitted it and it didn't compile because of that.
Did it compile locally?
It did compile locally.
Why? How? What?
I mean, welcome to the world of C++.
Okay.
Yeah, and also, this template we copied got like 1,000 lines in it, and this probably, it was probably E, and it didn't work. So of course we printed the code, and we got like 20 pages of code.
We're sorry, we were not trying to disrupt the system. Please forgive us.
Forgot it, but so we got 20 pages of FFT templates.
How are incorrect submissions distributed between three of you at this contest?
I got the wrong idea at J, which at L, which Sarah wrote.
But then you implement problems independently-ish. So like usually you have a specific person who does.
Especially to the start of the contest, yeah.
Sometimes Seva writes something like a data structure, and I write the rest of the solution, but this rarely happens.
But here it wouldn't happen because if you need data
Well,
structure,
Mafia got their fifth problem, which actually during the contest brought them up to what? Second place? I think it was second, but wave to the camera. Or that was you're doing great.
Yeah.
Yay. You're back. So what was the distribution of incorrect submissions between, I guess, you two? If you think about it. Like we already have 4 and then a few more are incoming.
Yeah. Oh, I submitted F wrong, which was very unprofessional of me to even start implementing the unproven solution, because I think I was just too caught up in.
Did you prove solutions during the contest? Because I think there is this like Eastern European tradition of I don't know how to prove it, but I know how to get AC.
Most of the time, I don't prove things explicitly, but I get it to the point where I understand that I can prove it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, in some cases.
Oh, 3 slimes just accepted G.
Okay. In some cases.
We'll pull the scoreboard back up.
Nick, do things. I trust you.
You are doing great.
Yes, thank you. We are doing great.
Denise, the second time, like, talks small about himself, how do you say it?
It's okay.
No, it's not okay. Sorry for my English. In reality, in a lot of the cases, like, if the problem is quite hard and I have an idea of some greedy algorithm or something like this, I will tell it to Denise, because if Denise says it's okay, then it's okay. Usually he like proves key points and leaves leaves statements which are either obvious or like very, very reasonable. For me it works like I come up with an idea and I think, oh, it feels alright. Sure, I think it's right. And if we get wrong answer, I tell it to Denise, and he says, "Oh, you." He says he sees all possible futures, and he says this part's okay, and here there might be something. And I say, "Oh, okay, I missed the case."
Is that one of the examples of a problem where all 3 of you get to work on the same one? Like if a problem is harder than you have a concept, an idea concept, and Denise proves it, and then Xiao implements it?
It happens sometimes.
Have that happened during this contest?
No. In this contest we didn't get to the hard problems.
Yeah, well, sometimes when we don't have much time, like these 2 might come up with the solution, and they say like, okay, the clock is ticking, you have to type it, and then
like 1,000 lines.
Yeah, and then I start writing it, even like not knowing anything about the problem, but just it seems that I write code faster than them, so that's what I do.
And during this time we have a bit more time to like discuss the problem a little further, how to like simplify it or something.
We call this, he works as a very high level programming language.
The voice activated Seva?
Yeah.
He's doing great. I feel terrible for one more thing. It's like not terrible, like too bad, because the problem A was that it's like you need to think about a few cases. And I saw that there are a lot of wrong submissions, so I took an extra minute to think about an extra cases, and I found an extra case. So I was like, okay, I'm sure it's right. And I don't know, I was in a strange state of mind because we were like in close to last place. I looked at the tape.
But 11 like, teams in the contest.
I know that, but it's very unfamiliar. But I like look at the scoreboard and see everyone passed an A. So we need to hurry. And I go to Seva and like I explain him the solution for problem A, as if he's like a robot who could not understand what I'm saying. It was like kind of disrespectful, I think, and it was wrong. It was unprofessional, I would say, because the way I have said the solution was very easy to misunderstand.
That's when I said to say what to remove Xiao Tai.
Here we get a compiler error.
Yeah. So, and I've told Sarah the solution for problem A, and I have told it so poorly that he misunderstood me, and our wrong submission is not a wrong idea, it's just miscommunication, and it's really unfortunate.
It sounds like you have a lot of like, not a post-mortem, but rather thoughts after the specific contests on what kind of like mistakes you should try to avoid in the future. Does that happen often
Yeah,
in
actually,
your training and in practice contests, or is it something on-site specific? Like I can see how that can happen because of, I don't know, added pressure.
On site it was
whatever.
a lot more pronounced, but actually we have like a bag full of bugs that we have made once, mistakes that we have made once, and since then we remember them. Like there was one time when we got integer overflow in binary search.
Okay.
I think we will never do it again.
That's what you hope.
Do you write them down? Because
No, I
during
think
one of
they're
the
like
interviews,
trauma to me.
Nick was asked about the ways they handle unfortunate contests in general, like unsuccessful experiences, and he saw that in their first World Finals team book, they had a full page dedicated to go to the washroom and wash your face, like stand up and walk, drink some water, and like the small tidbits of if something goes wrong, read this paper aloud, and it will give you like a minute to recharge and to recuperate as well as to go back. Probably keeping a list of all the weird things that can go wrong is weird, but
I think
Well,
these are
we
the
don't
things
have
you
such
should.
list in paper.
Of course. No, not of course. I think we may, at some point, write it down, but for now, I don't think we repeated the same mistake twice.
okay, this
For now, we have
Sounds
not a
good
lot of
enough.
experience.
Sounds good enough. We are 2 hours and 16 minutes into the contest. And I think that the best result for all teams combined between on-site and online is still 6 problems. Yes, testing queue is a little bit down. Well, our best people are working on it, trust me. You can see that in the background. Do you see Pavel holding his head, really struggling? That's Pavel trying to fix the testing queue. So our best people are on it. There is no live broadcast. There is no live scoreboard, but there will also be a live broadcast of the resolver that will help you identify the people that are going to an on-site final this autumn ? Winter ? So this will be a fun experience.
Okay, like the entire scoreboard will be unfrozen?
No, just the on-site one, I hope. The entire scoreboard may be just a tad too big, but this is one of the few team on-site competitions. What are your feelings in general? If advanced, would you go to the winter camp? To the winter finals? Should everyone absolutely try and get to the on-site event? Even if so, as a result of today's contests, we'll have 8 more teams invited to the winter finals.
At least 8, I think.
At least 8, but then plenty of teams still have a chance to join and write another 26 contests in the rest of the year, and maybe get to winter on-site. What were your feelings from summer on-site, and what's up? Like, should everyone try and do that?
Yeah, it's an amazing event. I think we all really enjoy it here. Yeah, and it's cool to have so many people gathered here who are one of the best competitive programmers in the world. So yeah, it's amazing. Also, we visited Chichen Itza. It was pretty nice too. Yeah, the place is just very comfortable.
Hey, so featured location Chichen Itza, featured person you got to talk to or to communicate to during this event? You can think about it if you want to highlight anyone specifically.
I want to highlight all of them.
No. You should pick one. That's a competition.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Okay. When I look at me and think like, oh, he is probably very sad now. He talks about how poorly the contest was written, and he lost his voice. Maybe he's the one who say that Onsite doesn't work it. I think it's worth it. Maybe if you have a decision to make whether to write some contest on site or not, maybe you will be better off writing it online. Maybe. We weren't worried about it because the spoilers. I think we have placed like 60th. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter even though we are not marked in gold, so we are not like invited to finals already. But we have a pretty good chance to be one of possibly 2 teams who are invited because of their contribution to Universal Cup, because we had a great contest.
So instead of writing 25 contests like USA 1 did, people should actually problem set.
Yeah,
Yay.
but you still need to be pretty high in overall standings because
rating still matters.
Yeah.
Yeah, can confirm, since my team was also going to try to sneak in through this route, but our stage was not used in the second round.
Oh.
And our rating is like 89 or something. So not as high as them, obviously, but still like...
We're like 13th?
Yeah, you're 13. We're like 30,
yeah.
30 something.
Hey.
It's not bad. I'm looking at the World Finals and I see some teams that are like strong, and it's like 20 of them, maybe 30 of them, and I look at Universal Cup participants and they're just crazy. There are a lot of very strong teams. Like,
well, 11.
No, there are a lot more strong teams than 11.
Okay, that's fair enough.
Not all of them are as strong as USA 1. I would say no more than.
Or HoMaMaOvO. HoMaMaOvO surprisingly
Yeah.
wrote even more contests than USA 1 did.
I
By
know.
exactly
They
one.
are-
They had 26, whereas USA 1 had 25. What was your contest number? Like, I assume you write like basically
17 or
all
something.
available contests in
Well,
the
we
world at this
had
point.
like a month off during winter because we had some exams and other stuff. So we didn't write all of them, but we tried
We
to
actually,
do as much as we can.
no one knew that there would be any on-site events regarding Universal Cup, so we didn't care a lot about writing contest in time. So most of the contests of the second stage we wrote virtually afterwards. For us, it's the same experience, but you don't see us in the results. But thankfully, we wrote enough during time to get good enough.
Should we expect more scoreboard appearances from you for the next half a year? Or will getting to the Winter Summit automatically mean that you don't need to write them as a competitive time
I
slot?
think it's unrelated. Like, we either would write a lot of them because they're very enjoyable. I think, at least for me, Universal Cup, the biggest advantage of Universal Cup is that people who set up problems try to make it enjoyable for contestants. I think on average, the Universal Cup contests are a lot more fun to write than anything else, at least for me.
I'm not sure that the fun is the correct word.
I'm sorry, my
it-
English
is it
has
hard?
like 50
Like,
words.
They
Is
are
it a
very
struggle?
interesting and
Interesting,
but
yeah.
sometimes they're very enjoyable as well.
It's fun for me because I
I'm
don't
not,
have to
I'm not
write
sure
anything.
that the word fun is suitable, but
Enjoyable,
we
enjoyable.
really enjoyed it. Yeah.
Interesting. Exciting.
I think the
I'm
problem
sorry.
is that for us 5 hours isn't enough to
Yeah.
fully appreciate these problems. As
It happens it happened a lot of times that we have passed some problems during 5 hours, and during next 5 hours we passed like half this much problem. So, oh, I'm sorry.
You're doing great.
I know that. Thank you.
So upsolving is a pretty important Universal Cup part for you.
What important means?
You spend a significant amount of time upsolving.
Usually, it's not about significant time. It's about when we have thought about the problem during contest, but because of I don't know what, we couldn't write it because we were busy doing something else, and we like have a direction to go. We have an idea how to solve a problem, and it feels itchy if you don't go with this route, if you just forget about the problem.
Sounds good. Thank you for stopping by. I'm very proud of your English speaking skills. Well done, well done. And well, hopefully see you at the awards, and then sometime during the same stream at the Winter Summit final Universal Cup round. Should be fun. Thank you so much.
How do you say у нас крайнее место? Чтобы получилась шутка, как будто типа первая, как и последняя.
I don't think the joke works even there.
Oh.
That was rough. That's a teamwork. Yay.
Oh no.
Yay.
I was trying to make a joke and I couldn't translate it into English, and they said the joke is not funny.
It's okay. I think there are plenty Russian-speaking spectators who will be able to appreciate the unsuccessful joke attempt.
Maybe.
Wonderful. Thank you for staying with us. Bye bye. Thanks for coming.
Thank you for having us.
Do we want to?
I want to torture Davush because it looks very promising.
I think we should wait for him to dry off.
He was tortured enough yesterday.
He should dry off before.
Yep.
Should we put on some team content? Or
no.
are we refreshing?
No, we are refreshing our overlay. We have 3 slimes trying to figure out their submissions on problem I, which, as you may imagine, will become quite a common thing between now and the end of the contest. We are now 2 hours 22 minutes into the contest, which felt well, but then they definitely misjudged problem I, or maybe they thought of it too well. I don't know.
It's very hard. I think as a contestant, when you think you can solve a problem, it's very hard to think. Oh, actually, maybe I haven't solved this problem. We've already heard a couple of teams talk about this with respect to problem F. So as we can see in the on-site scoreboard, no one in the on-site to this point has solved problem F.
But plenty attempts.
There are a lot of attempts.
Clear mistake of judgment.
Yeah. So a lot of teams. So there is sort of a meta contest strategy here, which is you don't want a problem. You don't want to fail to solve an easy problem. So sometimes what you do is we have what was called like the guest forces phenomenon, and it's
Woohoo! Testing Q's back. Let's give a round of applause to Pavel. Pavel, congratulations, you deserve it.
Pavel, you are doing great. So the thing is that in these programming competitions, you do not need to prove that your solutions are correct. Well, actually, that's not strictly true.
Fittingly, precisely at the moment when Pavel accepted the fixing the testing queue task, Team Amstelpark 228 accepted problem M, and they're now in the 2nd place. How awesome of a result it is. Even though they're not first to solve problem M's been around for quite a while. This is a very timely upload, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And once again, having problem L
moves them up significantly. That's basically an extra problem they have at any given moment of time on top of plenty of other competitors. Pavel, Michael, do you want to talk about problem M?
I think this
Was Alice's problem M?
Well, yeah. In Contestants, you mean
What was your thought process on M? Specifically with problem M has both plenty of acceptance, even in Onsite by this moment, but also, as we see it now, a lot of like wrong submissions and attempts. For example, like I think Polish Mafia were the one to accept them clearly, and Slimes as well. But then here we can see that like it's a +6 for a team in 3rd place. Looks like plenty of opportunities to have
probably.
issues.
I mean, you have to like put numbers into like squares. It's like, you have to like probably have a lot of cases, small cases.
Do you feel comfortable with working through corner cases?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm not the one who wrote it. We were solving together, but I was solving J this time.
Well, the choice of problem J, obviously, like you say, once solved it, it looked doable. You mentioned that you liked the problem J,
Yeah.
so you enjoyed working on it. Turned out to be a correct problem choice, as in other teams have tried I and never succeeded, and
Yeah,
the J was.
we actually like spent a lot of time on I too. Yeah, but it's probably would have been much better if I tried to solve DOV.
Oh, there is a comment. I feel sad for 3 Slimes. I was rooting for them. Wait till the end of the contest. Contest is a very complicated thing. We are now well into the mid game part, even though it probably the notions of mid game for a contest with an average rating that high is.
No, there is still.
I think it's exactly.
There is definitely an idea of the mid game, which this is definitely mid game for the contest, and as pointed out, we have just passed the half after the 50% mark.
Was problem J your favorite out of the contest? Oh, have you read all the problems by now? Have you read all the problems by now?
No, of course not.
Oh, this is, yeah. Yosupo were not impressed by this middle of the contest moment. It's also somewhat snoozy when you follow a contest with just 11 teams, because at some point there is a pretty significant pace slowdown, which is absolutely fine. Like, because in the middle of the contest, it takes more time to work on more difficult problems, but there is still no pressure at the end of the contest where you're like, let's just submit over and over, because it's just not enough time.
But this time we solved, I think, all the easy problems. Yeah, left with like.
So yeah, share your feelings about problem J with us.
I think it's interesting.
Have you seen anything familiar? Is it something that you like in general?
All the time, but especially when I solved it, I think maybe it was somewhere. Probably I've seen it somewhere before, but I'm not sure. But like, I don't know. It just kind of feeling like that. It's like that it existed before, but I'm not sure whether I've seen it or not.
You've solved a lot of problems throughout your career.
Yeah.
I
So it's
imagine
pretty, like,
these days the pace is a little slower as compared to when you were actively practicing for ICBC. But then, is there a system you follow to remember the problems that you solved? Is it something that you feel you just have, like, a built-in ability to remember the patterns in the problems?
I'm not sure I remember the problems. It's more like I remember, like, when I think about the problem, I remember if I've like had this like thoughts before. So usually, so often it's not like I remember like this like statement of the problem, but if I like try to solve it, I like remember. Oh, I probably had this like train of thought before in some other problem.
This is both a good and a bad approach in the sense that I drive car a lot. And there is this moment when you travel from like your home to your work or back, where you're
basically travel on autopilot. And this may happen with a problem that you think you had this train of thought before, but then once again there may be a misjudgment or misrecognition that you thought the problem is familiar, but it ended up not being. Have that happened to you during that contest, or is your intuition mostly correct these days?
I don't know. I don't. It's like it's not that I like often use this information. I mean, problems don't often coincide. So yeah. Well, maybe they do, but like not that often. So yeah.
This is fun. Your team is one of the few ones that used substitutions for Summer Summit. That you can say hi to all the unlucky Amstelpark team members who were not able to come. You absolutely should have, because this event is pretty fun, and even including the weather part. Anything that had the weather been better, that could have been even more exciting. How does that work for you during the season? Having a pretty diverse team members, everyone is working full time, so it's pretty hard to find the right moment to write a contest together.
Well, I mean,
how do you do the
don't work on
logistical part?
Well, I mean, usually.
Yeah, for sure, but I mean, like life, full-time job, all this, complicated things. What is life? Life is life. I wanted to say that. Yay. So what's your logistics behind writing a contest together within Amstelpark with a larger set of people, like theoretically available for a contest but not really available for a contest?
What do you mean by logistics?
Is there a Telegram chat where you're like, who can write a contest on these days, and then nobody answers?
Yes, exactly like that.
You can come and join.
Yeah, I think Pavel has more experience.
Share your management experience.
Management experience.
So you have what's your extended? What are your extended team members? Who's on the team in general?
I think the basic set of people is me, Renat, and Michael Tikhomir. And then, we almost never can all three. I don't really remember when we was exactly in that set. So most typical version, I think, is two of us and someone else. And then someone else can be quite different. Except Michael and Eris, there are also a couple of contests with Kostya Semyonov, a couple of contests with Sasha studying, a couple of contests with some different
Have we missed
people.
something?
No.
Yay.
So
We're
that's
doing
mostly
great.
okay, two of us and some random person from Pine Lake who can join us.
Oh yeah. If our spectators were not curious enough, Amstelpark is a location in Amsterdam, which is pretty close to offices of multiple software engineering companies who are well known for their.
And probably also quite close to the place where Michael Tikhomir is living,
Yes.
which was more important initially for that.
So it's a fun joint project of multiple competitive programmers. Should I say retired competitive programmers at
Probably
this point?
that's true.
Well, definitely university graduated competitive programmers who are all living in Amsterdam and work in different companies and come together.
Oh, yeah.
You were all trying to live in Amsterdam.
Not really.
How does that work for you in the city? How do you find new people to join the team? What happens when somewhere is too busy?
We're just asking people with experience, preferably people who already wrote with us, so they're sticking to some more or less the same set.
But it's not true that all of you ever been on a team. The list
No, I
that
think
you
we're just
told, none
no.
of you ever participated on an official ICPC team together, right?
I'm not sure
This sounds
about
like
Michael Tikhomirov and Kostya Semyonov.
But that sounds like a pretty diverse set of universities,
I think
MIT,
it's
Moscow
mostly
State,
MIT.
St. Petersburg Academics, St. Petersburg ITMO, St. Petersburg State.
Well, I would say that
just like looking for people who are now in Amsterdam. But, well, it also depends. Sometimes we're writing online, but I much prefer writing on site if it's possible. So Renat is now based in Cyprus, and Michael is like half-half. So this can be complicated sometimes.
So it's Amstelpark dash Larnaca Airport, Limassol Airport.
I see Jerome has started submitting to problem B, and is eagerly awaiting whether
Why
he
did
is
he
first to
didn't solve any problems
Zach
before that?
also brr.
Because he wants to be first to solve the geometry.
Uh-oh.
That's not the optimal strategy, probably.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Something
so one of the commentators, one of the people who's watching the stream, he was asking when the first AC for problem B is, because he's a geometry specialist, enthusiast, enjoyer. I'm not exactly sure but if he decided that he didn't have a chance of making it to the finals, then he wants to go for first to solve on geometry just for fun, and we'll see if it happens.
That's Delft University top team, I think.
Yeah, it's Delft. They were at EUC. They made it to EUC, I believe.
Yeah, probably.
But they were not at finals, if I remember correctly. I miss the sort of community. Actually, it's kind of funny. Half of USA 1 is in my backyard now, having flown to California.
You could have.
But
would have.
Theoretically, but I think there's no universe in which I replace tourists. That would never ever happen. And besides, they have plenty of other people that they can choose from. So
The team building aspect of Universal Cup is, well, underrepresented at this point, but I feel like with Summer Summit we've created plenty of content to highlight that. Universal Cup is an opportunity for every, like, once again, senior, retired, competitive programmer to enjoy the real life competition with the people that are currently in the same vicinity with.
Or not in the same vicinity.
Or not in the same vicinity. They don't have to be from the same university. So even
Like
if you recently moved and you're still like not really connected with competitive programming community in the area, absolutely reach out at Universal Cup Discord. And based on my Google Maps, every major city in the world can have a really nice Universal Cup team of an exciting matching skill level. So definitely let us know if you're looking for a team, and we'll be happy to help.
yeah, so for stage 1, I can just tell the story from California. So I'm based out in the Bay Area, and actually the week of the first stage of the third Universal Cup season, which is going right now, there was a group chat that was opened because Pyotr Mitrushev is visiting the Bay Area along with Lydia and many other ICPC or alumni. Actually, there was an ICPC alumni event that all of us had attended, and there was a group chat that was opened for people to do the first stage together somewhere in the Bay Area. And so I think ultimately USA 1 and Pyotr team didn't meet up, and I couldn't make the time that they proposed, but there were enough people that, you know, theoretically we could have met up in like maybe the USA 1 house or something, and we could have all written the contest at the same time and then discussed it. And I'm sure there are plenty of other such places around the world where you have these pockets of people who are open to do this.
Yep.
Is it still the only Okra K-bike on L?
Yes.
Okay.
You
are doing great.
Very early on problem L.
Michael just did something.
So what happened? Yeah. So what happened actually was you submitted L, and I distinctly recall Jingbang saying, "What the fuck? They're not supposed to do this." Excuse the profanity, but yes, they then he was like, "I am getting Moscow Red Panda That's what I remember because he was like, "You're not supposed to solve problem L." Oh look, it's Zero Free Slimes is submitting the problem I. Will they get it?
You're such a troll.
I mean, they didn't get it. It's disappointing. You know, maybe they got it. They have runtime error, so there is a story about so at this time when we looked at this submission, the test case that they got runtime error was added maybe an hour before the semi-final onsite was scheduled to start.
You didn't have any tests to be equal to?
Actually, wait. I'll send you a picture with this in a minute. Yeah, nice.
Oh, hey, first place changed. Some Chinese team solved L, second to solve it, I guess, and now they are uniquely in first place with seven solves. So USA 1, well, might need to rebrand themselves to USA 2. They're not careful. Harbor Space submitting on D.
Here we go.
Getting
I have this fun image that you may or may not enjoy.
Right samples. Oh yes.
Which says that it's not one test, I believe.
Don't judge his test.
Yes, don't judge.
So dump judge is cool and it can run your tests in parallel. Okay. But obviously it makes sure that like you don't get time limit because you ran like 50 test cases in parallel and you destroyed your CPU. But yes. So USA 1 submitted L. Was Andrew working on it?
No, Kevin was working on L, and Andrew was working on D.
Okay. And I remember you were working on J.
D, yes.
Okay.
I mean, J was solved one.
Yeah.
I was thinking about H at that point, which is funny because D had a solved, like we ignored it, and then.
Yeah, I feel like
I think it's common for us.
Yeah, I feel like USA 1's strategy is do not look at the scoreboard.
Well, it's actually not true. Like we do look at it, of course. Like we discussed earlier. Like we did look at it for K, right? Like when everyone solves K, we look at K and solve it after that.
All right, I want everyone to say hi to CEO of Universal Cup.
Co-president.
Co-president.
The other co-president is like sleeping right now.
Wait, he's not on the.
You were
he's not on the
slipping a minute
Chinese
ago.
screen?
Come in. Sit here. No, sit here.
You were just pitched.
All right, I will.
Everyone is welcome to
Oh,
entertain the boss.
Yeah.
Entertain the boss.
Yeah, you should go. You should go. Yeah. We need
And
to.
also, while you're at it, talk about the team who's at the top right now. You'll see their name in the first position here at the bottom.
I see, but I'm not.
Do you know the teams?
I know some of these teams. Like.
Okay. But if it's a first place team, you should know them, right?
Well, what if it's USA 1?
To be honest, I don't, because this is the first team, the first play right now. Which team?
Okay, we should. It's gonna.
It's welcome to the Universal Cup 2024 Summer Summit.
No.
Oh, this team is.
We're zooming in on yosupo.
Yeah, that dramatic zoom is I'm both sorry and not sorry.
You are doing great.
Yeah.
Sure. Here you go.
Four. But in the onsite scoreboard, we see that we have six.
Maybe we just
five.
pull up. We should just pull up the scoreboard and we can get a refresh.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jingbang, you are doing great.
Yeah.
Oh, that's her.
Yeah, this team is actually a new team from season 3. And we were
new team.
Yeah, we were literally talking about this team like 1 minute ago. Like we just on a Chinese stream, and I don't know what they are.
Okay.
But what I've noticed like today is like there are many teams that I thought they shall be retired, or at least they already retired from ICPC, but they're still doing it. Like the Taka's team and this like the Triple Dots, which is the 47th silver medalist, and well I'm Pengzu and Peter team. These are like the old.
USA 1 submitting B. Are they gonna steal first to solve from?
What even steal?
Oh, there we go.
Yay!
So Andrew just typed it and then just got it accepted, and Andrew's just too good, I think. But people should nerf Andrew. But I think he's like it was a geometry problem. So he said that the actual code was not that long, but you had to analyze a lot of cases basically and make it correct. Like it's not very easy to get it right, especially the first try. So
If there's a lot of cases, why didn't you do it?
it's geometry also.
Oh,
From
right.
Also, you know,
from my view of points, it's like what I know is that we want to have problems that so the first half of the contest, like the first 5 or 6 problems are supposed to be relatively easier, and we do understand that there will be a gap because we want to entertain the stronger teams, and we thought that the geometry problem, this one is the first one on the hard side.
Okay.
And we do expect that more teams that actually both on site and online solve problem B, like, especially those teams who aim for ICPC World Final, which is like geometry, right? But still, we
were the first team who got it, but yeah.
Yeah, we were very happy that USA 1 can solve B. Right now, it's actually a good timing, like 240 or so, 250. But still, I think, but at this point, like most other teams, like on-site teams, they are still busy in something else. So I think for problem B and D, they're both the same things. Like we actually hope our contestants to work on them much earlier than we expect.
I think also from what we discussed with the teams, well, after the contest, but I don't think it's exposed too much. Like, many teams didn't even read problem B. Like, it was some geometry, they didn't even, like, spend any time thinking about it at all. Even though we solved it in, like, 250 and they saw the scoreboard, other teams still ignored it.
We like to call this the USA 1 effect. So we often talk about the scoreboard effect. So the scoreboard effect is you see a lot of teams solving a problem, so then you decide you have to solve it, and then you ignore other problems. And we kind of see this in the on-site where in the online, a lot of teams some teams solve G very quickly. So G got solved very quickly, much faster than in the on-site. We have the reverse effect here called the USA 1 effect, where USA 1 solves a problem and everyone's like, oh God, USA 1 solved some impossible problem. They just ignore the fact that they solved it and just say like, whatever, USA 1 can solve everything. So they don't factor it. They don't say like, oh, USA 1 solved it, so it's doable. So they continue to ignore it.
And there's another IC on B.
Yeah, so we got
there's another IC on
we got an online team.
It's their first problem, as we can see.
Yeah. So Jerome wanted to know if he got first solve on B, and the answer is no.
By 3 minutes?
But like 3 or 4 minutes, so very, very close.
Okay, I'm sorry, Jerome.
And
Polish Mafia.
L.
It was Andrew, it wasn't me.
Polish Mafia solved L. And now they are in 5th place in the combined.
And 2nd place in their
Third.
Oh, no, 2nd right now.
No, I'm
Polish
still.
Mafia, let's go!
Oh yeah.
Right. So we need to explain this to Jingbang. So
I understand now. The silver means that top 8 potential.
Okay, Jingbang can read. You are doing great.
Yeah, I remember when Polish Mafia passed L, they actually like clap, like celebrate, like
Yes.
celebrate pretty loudly.
As a live broadcasting person, I would like to extend my huge gratitude.
Oh, that's a reaction.
All the
Oh no.
not impressed. And there is a lot of swearing.
It did not pass, but
Even
I mean,
So yeah, I would like to extend my huge gratitude to all instances of teams from Warsaw University and Polish Mafia in this situation for actually actively reacting whenever anything is happening, whenever they have a successful submission, because it generates so much more excitement for me.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. It was
we can
why some teams have yellow background in the number of the position? Yes, the bottom line of the screen tries to explain that. They are already invited. They're already finalists. Yes, they're already winners.
The process hasn't been done because we haven't finalized the date. But like we will at first to invite the top overall rating teams. That's why we want them as the.
And do you already know which teams would be assigned writer slots? Because they are now I don't know them, so they are shown as yellow now.
I already know that some of the team will apply. I already know for sure. But we were planning to open this process during our promotion process. So they will have to submit a formal application during that time. But we already do know that which teams has. Okay. We decided to use them. I already know.
So should we mark them as yellow?
Not really,
Okay.
because like maybe they just give up like. Yeah, it's quite possible.
And
But,
also-
yeah, well, I want to use this chance to say that we are very grateful for the contributors from all these contest setters. Like very nice, very thank you.
Yes, please write problems for yours.
And also, you are not aware of any of top 10 teams rejecting, for example, teams who are not coming there, so they still can agree to come to the finals.
Yes, nothing have ever, no promotion haven't started. Like so, technically, it's like we will first invite the top 10 teams, but we are not sure that how many of them will agree to come because like we don't even have a date. Like,
Okay.
but we do have a location. So it's in China. I've been
Start
there.
getting your visas, people.
Close up.
Amstelpark close up.
Oh, so all of our first lot will be. So we will invite our sponsor guests to deliver the balloons. And they were also very happy, but they are like keep giving the balloons to the USA one, which is like you can barely
So
see.
if you look at the top left,
Yeah,
you
you-
can see a bunch of the transparent. Oh wait.
No.
Oh, never mind. Actually, you can't see any USA one balloons. Those,
Yeah,
those are off
But
camera.
it's
You
behind
can barely see them. That's the.
it's behind the.
But you can start to see the contest hall filling up with the colored balloons. So you
The
can
teams
see.
get on the top right.
I'm not really happy because like Qingyi doesn't put my favorite color into easy products. Like my favorite color is ending up somewhere. Like, you see, this is me telling the packing teams to calm down, don't panic. We are fixing it. Literally.
We haven't talked about that.
Yeah, that's why I'm here. I will talk about it later. But yeah, that's the moment that we realized that something might be wrong, and one of our teams actually has a possibility to get it. So I just went to talk to them, told them that just calm down and don't panic. and the Qianyi, the captain of the Lady Rock, told me that no worry, I'm never nervous. That's literally what he told me. Like,
That's very
yes.
amazing.
Yes. Well, these three people, from my knowledge, is like the reason they form a team because they live in the same dormitory room. So they are friends, very close friends, and they actually enjoy doing contests together. So yeah, and they're also very confident about their performance, even somehow they get rejected at E. So they just move on and do other products. So we will see them on the scoreboard later. They are doing great.
Everyone's doing great.
Probably our spectators already noticed that we repeat this phrase just a little too much.
Wait, we do? They're doing great.
Yeah, I think Kevin is writing.
So for our team right now, yes, Kevin is fixing his solution to problem L. He had a submission previously, but it was wrong, and he had to actually fix rewrite some parts of his code to get it right. And
when Zhou Tangyang is the white on the second row, so the white T-shirt. So this is Zhou Tangyang and old Devon Wong in Code Forces. So whenever he's on the machine, trust me, he's working on problem I, even at this moment. So,
okay. We have another team solved problem B, by the way.
Yeah, this is a high school team that I know.
Okay, they got to fourth place now.
They start participating in Universal Cup since the first one. So, old friend.
I think we are pretty close to your announcement.
Not mine, your announcement.
My announcement that became Chingyu's announcement, and then it'll become your announcement.
Did I actually say something?
Well, no, you're going to announce it to the stream.
Oh, great. Yeah.
There was no public announcement before your announcement. Yeah.
No, because that was literally the moment that we fixed something.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we try to minimize the fact.
The number of announcements.
No, and also so we just literally go to talk to the teams that actually being infected, being affected.
Have you seen the B?
We saw, so the one Chinese team saw B. So we have USA 1, and then Delft.
Something else. Yes.
And then the Chinese team. So I think we have 3 solves on B. Actually, can we get the statistics?
Statistics. Statistics.
Another Zoom.
Analytics.
Statistics.
Yeah, we need more analytics.
Nobody else does reference, but it's very fun. Too many shall be reference.
Our pattern team is getting stuck. Oh no, it's MIBT.
So okay, so if we look at the solve counts here, we have solves on A, B, C, D, and then G, J, K, L, and M. So that's 9
No.
problems.
And you have another submission on I.
Another submission on I.
Oh yeah. Maybe Slimes will get problem I. Let's keep our fingers crossed for it. Nope.
Run that error.
No.
May or may not.
So,
yes, this is Zhou Changyang's reaction.
Yeah, I think it's also worth mentioning that problem D, it has one accepted submission, but it's only from Team HoMaMaOvO in the on-site. In the online, no one solved problem D. And problem D is like constructive, so basically, like, I think scoreboard effect was kind of important in this case.
Should we poll? Can we poll HoMaMa?
Yes, I let me see it.
No, you need it.
No.
Okay.
We can pull tourist out. And then
Oh, sure.
I think it's
yeah.
Stay put.
Okay.
All right, so we'll do an introduction here. Wait, no, you're doing the introduction, being one.
What? Okay, so
introduce our new.
Yeah. So this is Yui Osaka, and she's from the team HoMaMa, and I don't know how to HoMaMa anyway. Okay.
I don't know how to pronounce Mafia.
Yeah, and she's now come to here and say hi to the audience.
I think at this time we were working on problem E and M.
E and M is
Yeah, E by Riku and M by me.
But the first submission, so this submission is actually not a reasonable one, right?
Right.
This one is an early attempt, so it's actually not the real attempt.
Right.
Yeah, I know about this is like, so we were not very nervous because we thought only letting rod has something on E, and then when we were trying to fixing it, we saw HoMaMa submitting something. So I have to run to the front, run to the seat, and explain to them, saying that, don't panic. Yeah, we are. It will be judged soon. Yeah.
Yeah, we weren't affected by such issues. Yeah.
So who did problem D? You or
Masaki.
Oh.
Must be did it.
Oh, must be did.
Yeah. He was unsure about the number of operations. So he said his proven bound was around 1,200 or so, while the program requires to do it in 1,000 operations. But
USA 1 submitting L.
Okay, USA 1 submitting L.
Did they get it?
Oh, they get it.
So now.
Yes,
So,
I think at this moment it's more or less the biggest gap in the contest. It's like 8 to 5 against 10. So I actually want to put like USA 1 and HoMaMa close to each other, just like it would be very funny to.
yeah, the USA 1 reaction videos, they know how the reactions work. So they submit and then they immediately get out of the webcam shot. So the reaction video is always just an empty chair. And now we see Tourist is now typing. What are you typing?
I started typing H.
H, okay.
No, but
sorry, it's a joke. Maybe you don't actually do that, but
I mean, no, but we actually submit and then get up because we need
to keep switching.
Yeah, you need to keep the keyboard cannot be idle.
We don't just refresh the.
Yeah, the keyboard cannot be idle.
Yeah.
And you can just look at the scoreboard. You can look at the big screen to see if it's not accepted.
We don't need to refresh the status page.
Actually, we were thinking whether we should show the scoreboard or alternate with the judging queue. But then we realized that because we don't have much team on
What queue?
The queue doesn't exist. There's never a queue.
To be honest, this
Yeah,
judging queue
always
from
fixing the
ACPC graphics is much more confusing than helpful.
Yeah, then I just don't. Then we just decided not to do it. Yeah.
Oh yeah, having the scoreboard was good.
Live broadcast also has some plans for a very confusing testing queue.
Like
Stay
this?
tuned. No, we
Confusing
can
at
make
all.
it much more confusing. We have a concept now.
All right, you are doing evil.
Yes, precisely.
Yeah,
chaotic evil.
You are doing great evil.
Yes.
Yes, you are doing great
So,
evil.
so what are your team running? I think Maroon is on the computer.
Yeah, Maroon is writing for E.
Oh, so he's writing you. We actually thought you wrote you yesterday. I'm not sure, but we were very busy at that time.
Yeah, actually, there's a ARC particular ARC program which has some similar setting as program E this time. But essentially they're different, but the writer of the particular program was Maroon, so.
Why the CPP name is stupid though?
I can explain.
It's called stupid. They're solving stupid. They're solving problems stupid.
Well, basically because you can see I'm just doing GFS. So basically, the problem consists of two parts. One is like you have to find some function of a set of numbers, and the other one is counting. You have to sum that over all subsets or something.
What is this?
I'm trying to
Mass stat exchange.
I was trying to Google something about problem I.
I see.
So I read a bit things, understand that things are much worse than I
Generalization.
thought. And probably that's like close to the point where we decided to abandon problem I.
Yeah, and most mathematicians tend to ignore the case P equals 2.
Well,
so there's not enough information on the internet.
Well, P equals 2.
Oh, hey, it's
This is the chain on L. Yeah.
Wait, he's typing link cost circulation?
No.
Oh, it's Copilot. Copilot was generating the circulation.
Anyway, I was doing stupid.
The chain come. What are you doing right now?
No one cares.
Yeah.
I just wanted to test.
I don't know.
This is problem L, right?
Yeah.
You're fixing some Minko's protocols.
Yeah, you are trying to
fixing
the circulation.
I'll ask him.
Yeah, I think the problem can be immediately solved by Minko's circulation flow.
You guys should stand closely.
That's okay. It's okay.
Oh, actually,
I
don't mind.
Oh yeah, actually.
No, we just move. No, you should sit down.
Sure.
Yeah, it works.
I can just stand here.
Just like we
It
have
doesn't really matter.
some problems with implementation.
Okay.
Because
So
we understood
Maroon
that,
is working hard on.
because we understood that everything is much worse.
Now we see Maroon is like coding like the coding segment tree. This is segment tree.
Wait, which problem?
This is problem E.
Oh, very impressive.
I like how you have seglazy.cpp, segtree.cpp, segeasy.cpp, segtreeold.cpp, segbeatsold.cpp.
More segment.
Very impressive.
Segment tree.
Oh, Tom is coding. What is this coding? Oh, this is generator. This coding
It's
generator.
going generator, right? Yeah.
Oh, which?
Looks like generator for problem M.
It's for M.
It's for M. It's for M.
Because M slowed them. It's just stress testing them. It was the problem that Omni could implement and was very upset.
Yeah, that's
And now Khan is just stress testing.
Well, actually, I would say that asking another person to write a simple solution is not that bad idea.
It's a good idea.
Because it's like protects you from misunderstanding statements or making
yeah, and also
the same
and
bugs.
also at this timing you can go to read the printed code and rethink your life decision. Like while you are asking, like I'm always the guy that being asked to jump on a machine to write the brute force and the stress test all my teachers. So back in the old time, while he was like reading the code. So this is like parallel. It is pretty nice. Very normal trick. This is let it rot. Oh, let it rot cannot come to this library because they are child. They're going for the excursion. They were late on the first day, so we actually arranged another one for them and for other side of Valentina. This is the high school team, and they were trying to solve it. So only two of them can come, and one other teammate decided not to come because maybe literally at 1 week before, like actually I convinced him not to come because he has to do the final exam, and if he want to come, he has to travel alone, which he never did before, which is kind of maybe there might be some potential risk, and plus he might miss the first 3 days, so barely like arrive at the same time as the challenge time. So we thought it might not be worthwhile.
You can only do that if you're US one.
But that's because like they were in US, like only one direct flight, so it's a bit different. Yosupo, will they come to the interview? Maybe.
I don't know. All right, is your stupid
Oh,
solution
no,
correct?
they are. This is the
Yes.
this is the solution.
I had a formula which I wanted to confirm with you.
Oh, now we can see that HoMaMaOvO is submitting E, and it's not being judged. Maybe can we stick to the camera? Can we? So you will see me running to the front.
Lydia is AFK. Can we get a? Oh, I think we want the view of the front, like the camera, the panoramic camera view, not the.
Can we do that?
No.
Okay, we can't. But anyway, we can see that this is being handed over there.
And after we submit
It is testing for.
Yes, let me just disappear from here because I just run to the front and told them that to wait.
No, this is correct.
Yeah.
It is actually pending.
No. Let me explain you how it works. We are very surprised that the fact that this evaluation of this submission took longer than usual can actually be reflected in a replay environment.
You are doing great.
So it's just handing there.
Okay, so what the one?
Is it?
I mean, we might as well, right? Now that we have seen this, we might as well start explaining.
Okay, so this is so what happening on Onsite is like our test data was wrong, and it's only wrong because we actually. So we will usually use Polygon to generate everything, and Polygon is like you generate input and you use the standard model solution to generate output. But during the past few days, that Polygon keep it malfunctioning, but we will try our best to try to verify as many revisions as possible. But for this problem, so like 1 day before the contest, we realized that there are 3 problems that they still only have one model solution. We think this is not enough, so we forced, and 2 of them, we cannot write brute force. So what we did is like we just force the testers to roll a solution about those 2 problems. And for problem E, you can actually write brute force, and we do actually ask somebody else to write a model solution, but because Polygon is down, so we only have to manually send him the input to ask him to test. So everything goes through, and everybody's code is correct. What's missing in the model solution is that he forgot to turn on the forcing online. So this problem has the extra things, and you are forced to be doing it online, and we forgot to do so. And the reason, and when we download the data and we actually regenerate one more time, and everything just like they match, but they are not supposed to be matches. So this is what happened with the data. So we have to fix it. And fortunately, it's not the problem with it's barely not a problem with the algorithm or with the code. It's only we use the wrong solution, wrong code to generate output. So that's why we can fix it very quickly. This is what happened with the data. But why would we discover this mistake? And this is what happened. So we were expecting problem E to be hard. So if any team submitted in the first 1 hour or so, we don't expect them to actually pass these problems. But still, the judges are very experienced, and we will be very careful about any problem that without any solve. So we will actually go to check each of them. So when we go to read their code, it's long, it's data structure, fine. Then we read how many test data they have passed. So interestingly, it's like all 3 of them get rejected by different test cases. And for the Peking University, their solution, they got some green and some red. So what we think is that if the data is wrong, this should not be happening. And so we think that is their problems. So at the 2-hour timing, so Yolki-palki started to submit these problems, and they get mad about these problems, and then they send us a clarification, asking us if we confirm the test data is correct. At that timing, we still believe it's correct, but I mean, if the contestant asks you to do so, you are supposed to do so. If it's a reasonable request. So I just went to tell them that we are investigating, but we think it's less likely to be wrong. Then after 30 seconds, I saw the long face on Teams. Then I know something's happened. And so he was like, we quickly contact the author, and the author was staying up late to supervise everything. So they're very nice because it's already very late in China, but they just stay up, they just keep awake to just in case. So we quickly realized that something was wrong, and we figured out what is wrong. And fortunately, we don't have to code something correct to make it right. But still, we want to, during the process that we want to fix this issue, we want to minimize the issue, the troubles for the contestant. That's why I went to the pet teams team and MIPT's team, told them about our judgments, told them to move on or stop or calm down. So then after we finally fixing it, so we were trying to upload it with Wi-Fi, but it doesn't work. So we have to find a cable to actually plug in Teams computer to upload the data, and then finally it works, and we have to rejudge everyone. And at that time, HoMaMa actually submit something, and that's literally like 5 minutes after. So we rejudge everything together along with HoMaMa solution, and two teams passed this problem at the same time.
So it was into the queue again.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you solve. I think this is the solve.
Yeah, this is the solve.
That's for a while.
Yeah, this is what happened with problem E. It's unlucky, it's unfortunate, but I think the way that we deal with it is like quite efficient, but still causing many troubles to the packing team.
Why it was not tested before you fixed it?
No, because the input generation was not done in Polygon. It had to be done locally.
Oh.
Yeah, and we do try their solution, and we see they got all green, but you know. Yes. Congratulations on getting the first block temporarily.
And then the announcement gets made.
Problem M.
Yeah, so all E gets rejudged, and so I think this is when I go on stage and I say something, and there's a lot of confusion, and then Qingyu has to come up and say more.
There was a minor issue with problem E, so we have rejudged all positions. The only team that was affected was team 11.
You was continue to talk something, and then you need to understand like, okay, we didn't touch problem E, or is what we're talking about.
And you know, it's like on the DOM judge, it actually doesn't fit well. So for us, at least some period of time, you can see two first block on the DOM judge score. So we have to do something from background check.
Yeah, we lost problem.
So you got like two problems almost.
You can see the reaction.
Yeah, they stole it.
I think I reacted well with this problem.
Very good, very good.
Good timing.
Yes,
Good timing.
actually, I wrote on the random gesture.
There was some minor issues were uploading test cases of problems. So we have to judge all solutions. And the only affected team is the team that wrote their solutions on the 41 minutes was actually correct. So we have rejudged all the solutions.
So what we expect, I mean, usually it's like when you see a competition, you always want the team that on behind to come above. So we were actually thinking that HoMaMa might be able to get above USA 1 even for maybe 1 second or two, because they have problem D and E, and I don't think because we can see the screen, we know what USA 1 was doing, but so we think that because HoMaMa get D and E, they may or may not have advantage, at least for some point. But yeah, but we will see what will be happening. And Taurus is on the machine.
Yeah, but USA1 getting B and some reasonable goals for H was another advantage. But
Because from our perspective, it's like B is something that all of you must solve. Like it's a. I know Slime didn't solve it, even at this moment. I don't know, but I think they should be.
Well, Slime's is very hard at work on problems.
Yeah, and Yi is something that we think that if no team solve it, it's fine. At least that's what we think about it. And problem D is something that we actually cross D into the easier side of the problems, but I guess it's not.
What about problem H? How did you think?
I don't know the details, but what I've been told is yeah, you see, we read Polish, we read it again. So problem H is, at least from what Slime was calling it, it's not hard. But they don't even read about it. They just like give up, but focus on their F and I. Yeah. Okay, that's my story about this problem we judge. So we are very thankful to MIPT raising the issue. Just like, if they don't raise this issue, we might have to wait all the way to HoMaMa and try to do it. And what's worse is like, this issue might only be spotted during an online event. That would be a catastrophe. Yeah, so that's my explanation. I think I will give back the time to Lydia. What? I've finished explanation, maybe just somebody else.
There are a few commentators.
Sure.
Also, thank you again for doing the contest, on-site online contestant, and friends for listening to the live video.
3 hours, 20 minutes. The last 90 minutes were somewhat uneventful, in my opinion, as in slow, except for 3 slimes submitting I regularly, which is interesting. I wonder how that translates to whatever happens in the online competition. Oh, let me.
Well, I think one thing to keep in mind is that I think relative to, let's say, like the ICPC World Finals, which the difficulty curve teams might be more familiar with, I think for this event, the curve is maybe a little more stretched. So I think the easy end is probably a little bit, maybe a little bit easier, although the easy end of World Finals is always a little bit ambiguous. But I think the hard end probably is like, or like the hard end is much more heavier. If we look at the scoreboard right now, so we can see that the only problems that haven't been solved are F, H, and I. So there are 10 solved problems right now.
So Mia is here, and just Constantine was asking about problem H. So I will let Mia to give his comment on.
Go here. You should move closer.
And after the contest, I think H is pretty easy. I don't know. But during the contest, I was always working with F and I, so I didn't think about H. After the contest, I think I have a very simple solution. I don't know whether it's correct. Yeah. Are we allowed to discuss problems here?
Yeah. You can discuss everything. You can discuss anything.
I think like one very easy approach. I don't know whether it's correct or not, but I feel it's correct. It's just like in order to compute the maximum minus minimum, you just decompose the contribution for each individual interval x and x plus 1. And in order for x and x plus 1 to be within the final interval, the only constraint you have is force x and x plus 1 has to lie between say 2 adjacent integers. Say it lies between the kth number and the k plus 1's number. And after all the operations, the k plus 1's number is still larger than x plus 1, and the kth number is still smaller than x. And this is just you do a dp on the prefix and you do a dp on the suffix, and you just combine the answers. So I feel it's not that hard. But during the contest, I was struggling with F and I, and H involves modulo. So I think one of our teammates, Zhou Kangyang, should be super strong at it. So he was always working with I, so I think maybe I should let him to read the problem after finishing I. So I just like help him with I, like without like even looking at the problem. Yeah, and also I saw like only one team. I think only like USA1 saw this. And I thought it might be because USA1 is super strong and the problem might be like super hard.
You see, this is, I was talking earlier about the USA1 effect. So you know how there's the scoreboard effect, where if a lot of teams solve a problem, then everyone wants to solve that problem. The USA1 effect is, USA1 solves the problem, other teams see this, and then they run away from the problem, because like, USA1 can solve it, but it's probably impossible anyway.
Yeah. So I think that's what happened, yeah. But I feel it's a nice problem. Like, it's not that hard, and it's like the idea is smart. But just
so
like,
during the time I was complaining with Qi, I said that all these teams, when they was in their region or their contest, they will always be the guy to lead the scoreboard. So they don't actually read the scoreboard. That's our complaint. Like maybe me, I'm just like too focused on his problems and just don't read the scoreboard and only want to put the Qian to call something or assist, like fighting for first blood, even there's no prize.
Can we get the combined scoreboard up? I believe someone was asking.
I will go for lunch. This time, problem J has many solves.
Yeah, we need to see how many times has Mingyang submitted to I.
I think like we don't know. You
see 5 with 6. Is it number 6? Do you think number 5?
Yeah, this is number 5.
Do you think number 5 will be AC?
Almost. We are getting closer and closer.
Pretty close.
Pretty close. Almost there.
Wait, it's like busting.
Yeah, it's in pass, right?
It passed.
That's cruel. You can't tell them they're not doing great.
So problem I has a case with the characteristic of the field is 2 p equals 2 case, which is insanely hard. Yeah, and I ran away.
But I think Slime team will continue working on problem I, and we'll see if they actually get it or not. You can see that. Oh, you can see that our mod equals.
Mod
Yeah.
Actually, our team had a somewhat good idea for odd primary case, but we didn't.
What is your team working on right now? So you had just solved E and you just solved M.
And I think I started thinking on J, Masaki working on I, especially for big 2 case, and Riku for maybe he's trying to choose which program to go on, but I think I recommended him to do L. Yeah, it's quite reasonable for the standings. Yeah. Actually, Riku said he considered B for a while and he didn't manage to do less than N to the 4th power, so he didn't put enough time.
Oh, Slimes is stopped working on I. This is confusing. Oh hey, will this submission pass? We'll find out. Seems like it's consistently our runtime error on some late case. So we'll see how it goes.
But that means every submission takes much time to
Yeah.
judge. So yeah, it's reasonable to work on other program, other module program for Zaku, Jokan.
Yeah. What was your favorite part of the whole Summer Summit event?
Summer Summit event. Meeting with people from all over the world. Yeah, there are many people I met for the first time. It's great.
Yeah, so I think at this event we have, I think in total like 50 or so people. So we have the 31 contestants. We have the staff members, Jingbang, Qingyu, Bartoj, Lydia, me. We have the sponsors, people from Huawei. I think some of them went to the World Final. They go to the World Finals, so some of them recognize some of us. But yeah, I think this is the first. I don't remember when the last onsite was for like retired people.
Retired people.
Yeah, I guess we are saying that all of us are retired.
Maybe the Yandex algorithm.
Oh, there was
industry
Yandex.
Has many some retired.
Right. So Yandex, it was Yandex, and then I don't know what was before that. What was the last onsite that you?
We should move a bit there because you're.
Oh, I'm over. Oh, I see.
Maybe after because
World Tour
Finals for
World Tour
the
Finals.
onsite for 4 years, so
It was, it was 18.
It included.
When was the last onsite for retired teams? Like never, almost.
Never. When was Open Cup?
Yeah, but like, I mean, its onsite was part of Petrozavod's camp usually.
Oh, I
so
see.
it wasn't like that everyone was there usually. So yeah, I think this event is pretty unique in that sense.
Yeah, and then we're hoping to run the finals at some point. The like Jingbang said, no one knows what the date is. I think they're trying to make it happen by the end of the year, but that might not be enough time. They need to get all the finalists. They need to figure out a lot of the logistics. As you have heard, some teams were not able to attend. I think it was too short notice. Some teams have to get visas to travel to Mexico. Like I think all Chinese teams had to somehow get visas, and I heard that process was very complicated. So yeah, and I think they want to make sure everyone can attend the finals. So attending the finals will be in China, and so I think for all the Chinese nationals, it will not be hard, hopefully, but the rest of us will have to get visas. So we're looking at the combined scoreboard. So
Wrong answer.
what is what wrong answer?
What is wrong?
What
yes. What's this wrong answer?
I don't remember, but it's okay. I mean, no. Basically, for this problem, my first solution was not correct. It was just. I mean, it was on the lines of correct, but I was confusing a lot of things, and but it passed the sample somehow, even though it was kind of strong, but it randomly passed the sample, so I submitted. And then I stress tested against the stupid solution which I implemented earlier. So it was useful in the end.
So I think we see a couple of the finalist teams are pretty far out from the top 10. But we had, I think, four of the on-site teams were within the top 10. So USA won.
Finally, yeah. I
Yeah.
was thinking, yeah.
Amstelpark, Polish Mafia.
In the
and
beginning,
HoMaMaOvO.
the on-site teams did not do well compared to online teams.
Yeah.
Maybe because of the scoreboard, maybe because of the unfamiliar environment.
Yeah.
Environment was a big issue for us.
Yeah,
Now
so-
you have like 1, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah. And then
They are doing better.
no, they are doing great. You can't. There's no better. Better implies they were doing worse before.
Let's.
11, 17, 28, 60, 67, 69,
I
75.
have 4 teams with 4 problems that are, 65.
Yeah, but at this point there are no more easy problems, and now all of the problems are pretty hard.
Yeah,
So
there's
it's,
a big, in online, for example, there is a very large group of teams that's 4 problems, and then a very large group of teams of 5 problems. Oh, of course, when you have more than 100 teams, so like 150 teams, you will have large groups. But also, all of those large groups had like the same set of solved problems mostly.
yeah, I think the 4 most commonly solved are A, C, G, and K. Yeah. And so then the 5th problem has to be, it's like M, I think was very common, like we had the statistics. Zero Free Slimes is submitting a problem that isn't I, but they still get wrong answer.
Wait, so they submitted I, and then
They
everybody else
submitted-
working on J, and now they submitted L.
Yeah.
They're trying to catch up.
They are trying great. I don't think it works quite that way. Yeah, we're in the 3.5 hour mark, so we're already more than 2/3 of the way through the contest. So at this point, I think most of these teams probably are going to have one, maybe two problems more to solve. As you solve the easy problems, the problems become progressively harder and they require more time. So if USA 1 somehow maintained a consistent pace, they would solve, what, 12? There were predictions before the contest that the winning team would solve 12. We'll see how many they end up solving. Technically 8, if they do maintain the pace, USA 1 could solve 12, but only time will tell. Yeah, I think I heard predictions for 12, I heard predictions for 11. And no one knew what would happen for the online, because the online was 4 a.m. to 9 a.m. local. So actually several of us were awake at 4 a.m. to watch the beginning of the online, and we got to see like first the solves. And we saw, for example, in the online that G got solved very quickly. So the online teams got out to a very fast start. But they didn't have the on-site teams to rely on, so they had to find the medium problems on their own. They couldn't rely on USA 1 to solve it for them.
So actually, in this problem set, the medium range problems are kind of has the nature of thinking than implementation, which I like. But so the computer tends to stop. But as a whole problem set, there are decent amount of implementation. So yeah, it is very hard to get all or almost all of them.
Yeah, it looks like you're on the keyboard now. You said you were working on J?
I think at this time
What was that?
we have a bacon computer, so I try to write a brute force solution for problem J, yeah, which might be useful for developing and also for thinking. Yeah.
How often do you write like a brute force or a slow when you're solving the problems versus just you write the intended and submit it?
Very often for me, and when I think it's useful and I don't find the solution immediately, I write brute force. Yeah, especially for modular problems.
It looks like we're going back through the team photos here. Here we see USA 1.
Now I can show them on demand, so you can demand the picture.
Can we demand the funny photos?
Like the ones that are not here?
Oh, you only have the official ones loaded, right?
I have one per team.
Okay, that's fine. No, we can go through all the team photos. Make sure that Polish Mafia. Polish Mafia has. Yeah, I think everyone saw Polish Mafia picture and then was like, "Oh, this is definitely the best." There is another picture which I think we don't have access to, but also very appreciated. Oh, I see we have a pause potentially for this team. Is that happening? Nope. Amstelpark.
You are overestimating my abilities.
You are doing great.
Thank you.
Yeah, so the behind the scenes for this team photo taking is that each one of these took like 6 minutes. So there was 3 stages of photo taking. So first we had the team, and then we had the co-presidents of Universal Cup, Jingbang and Qingyu, and they took this photo. And then there was a sponsor and staff photo, so then all of the sponsors and the staff would come in. And then there were too many of us, so they would always tell us to get closer or whatever. And then not only did they take a picture, they also had a video. And so the guy would come in with the video, and then he would be like, okay, start waving, and we would all wave or whatever. And then we would have to leave, and then they would do the official team photo, which is what we're showing on stream. And so this whole process took multiple minutes for each one, just because you have to move all the people and just a lot of.
But I felt it was quite similar, like compared to ICPC.
With ICPC, they have more rules. So, for example, like you have to bring your 20. They have to verify that you're a university student. You're enrolled at that university. They have to verify your team reference document has to be 25 pages. Whereas we just say, you can use Copilot if you want. I forget. It's been many years since I've done the ICPC registration. Oh yeah, they have like they have like multiple sponsor stations. So you have like the Huawei stand, and then there's the JetBrains one, and I forget who the other ICPC sponsors are. And then they have the photos, and their photos are very, very strict. So they have a little thing on the floor, and they say you must stand, your feet must be exactly here, you must turn your body in this way, you must look this way.
And your badge must be...
Oh yeah, your badge must be exactly somewhere, I don't know. And we don't do like any of that. We just were like, you come in, photo, video, video, and then you can go.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you.
Yeah, and also I think I forget who we did the trial run on. It was probably USA 1. Did the first photos? Oh wait, no. USA 1 wasn't here, right? Who did the very first photo? I remember the very first one was like kind of rough.
Yeah, USA 1.
Oh, they were first? Yeah. So I think that one was the roughest one because no one understood what was going on, and then we figured it out, and then we actually smoothed out the process. In fact, it was so smooth, and everyone got so used to it that for the very last one, what happened was they accidentally swapped the order of the photo and the video. So what happened was the video happened, and then the picture happened. But because the video happened so quickly, they were like, you didn't take the picture. And so Jingbang was like very insistent. It was like, you didn't take the picture. Like, can I see like the pictures that you were taking? And we were trying to tell him like, no, they took the pictures. And then he like goes and looks at the camera. He's like, when did he take this picture? Like, I'm in this picture, but I don't know at what point in time he could have taken it. But yeah, that's one of the benefits of not having 140 teams to take pictures of. We're taking a look at the combined scoreboard. So
taking a deep dive.
The online one goes very deep. We're at rank 125, rank 150. Okay, we have 149 teams that have solved the problem. Problem A, very, very casework. We can see some teams solved it after 9 attempts. And then we have multiple teams that still don't have any solves on it. If you don't look carefully at the screen, you'll see that Tourist is by himself, and maybe he's actually by himself.
What do you mean by himself?
Oh, as in you're doing the contest solo.
Oh.
And then at so maybe at the award ceremony they were like, oh, USA 1. The reason it's called USA 1, there's only one team member, and it's Tourist. At some point, I'm gonna like get in trouble for these stupid jokes I'm making about why USA 1 is called USA 1. The most common version is exactly one person on the team it has the USA flag on code forces.
It came from Open Cup login.
They had this name. Yeah.
Yeah, they had the name a long time ago.
Even before me.
Yeah. It was back when Scott was on the team, I think.
Yeah, I think. Yeah. I think the name was when Scott was on the team. Before that, it was MIT something because they had Dinjan.
Yeah.
Scott team.
And then with Scott is not from MIT.
Oh.
Let's go.
Yay, fast stage. And I'm just gonna wave to end.
Yeah. Very, very standard reaction.
Yeah.
The reaction is
like
you need to take the score. You need to take keyboard now. Andrew's happy.
He has the reaction. I told him I did fast. He's happy.
I think he says something like, "You got H accepted. Sick."
Something like that.
All right. So USA 1 is at first to 9. Does second place have 8 or 7 at this point?
Oh, let me show it to you at the bottom of the screen.
Now let's fix everything, set the comment in Andrew's code.
So second team has 7.
Yeah. So USA 1 is back at 2 problems ahead of second place. Oh, time for a Polish Mafia reaction. Everyone get excited. Uh-oh.
There's submitting J and implementing B.
Okay, so yeah. I'm actually a little bit surprised at the sequence because I got very used to Polish Mafia submitting and then printing. So we would always deliver like an AC code, and Wojtek would just take it and then just put it on the floor because I mean you solved it, so you don't need it. So I was
But that's the correct way to do this. Like I think it's universally accepted that.
yeah, to submit and print at the same
Submit
time.
and print, single button.
Yeah.
We should always assume that submission.
Yeah.
What's wrong?
So I'm surprised to see the print come after. Maybe they were running out of paper, and so they were like, "Don't print unless you." I don't know. Uh-oh. This is a line of code that is being typed that I think. Oh, Zhou Kangyang. Oh yeah. Do you want to talk about problem I? Yeah. Do you want to come on as well or not? No. Okay. So this is Zhou Kangyang from 03 Slimes. And my understanding, we've been talking about this for a lot of the contests. You were working very hard on problem I. So I think at present you have something like six incorrect submissions. So how long did you spend? When did you start working on the problem? When do you remember starting to work on the problem?
After I solved the which it is 18 minutes.
Okay, so it's 18 minutes you start working on I, and it's the 3 hour and 45 minutes. So you spent 3.5 hours working on it. If you had to go back and do this contest, would you do the same thing?
No.
Okay. Okay. Just wanted to make sure. But what is your opinion of problem I? Like, do you think it's a good problem, bad problem? Like,
I think it is a good problem, but at first I think it is a quite easy problem. I just need to do some diagonal, and then I solve this problem.
Mm-hmm.
But it is proof that I'm wrong.
How long did it take you to realize the P equals 2 case?
Actually, at the very first time, but when I realized that case, I don't think it is very hard. I think it still is very easy.
Okay.
But then I realized that I can find the minimal answer. Since I can't simply break it into some metrics. It's wrong.
它要么是全都在右边，要么全都在左边。
After that, I found a more case and another more case, and I also asked my teammate Yin Yang for help. I think, actually, I think it should be him to do this problem since he's much better than me.
Yeah, we see you on stream. So what are you doing right? Oh, are you working on J?
Yeah, when I was solving I found this problem is very hard. Actually, a very hard problem. Now I now finally find it. So among the time I solved I actually solved G and J.
I see. So no one heard what he said. Just so we're all clear. You are doing great. But yeah, so what was your...
What Nikolai said here during the reaction is, you'll see it on a screen. He actively denied his teammates an ability to refresh the scoreboard on their laptop. And he said, look at the screen if you want to know the results.
I see.
Yeah, and actually, ARD team got D.
Yeah, so almost retired Dandelion did solve problem D, and now they're in rank, what, 15? USA 1 is still in a commanding first place lead with 9 problems. I see a generator. What is this? Generator? M? Okay. Yeah, so at this point we're getting close to the 4-hour mark. So for those who are not familiar, the 4-hour mark is special because after the 4-hour mark, we have what's called a scoreboard freeze. So during the scoreboard freeze, you will still get the results for all of your submissions, and so teams will know whether or not they solved the problem or not. However, up until this point, like, all verdicts have been sort of public. So like teams see, for example, that the Dandelion team just solved D, or that USA 1 has solved 9 problems. But after the scoreboard freeze, you will not be able to see the verdicts for other problems. So you won't know if, for example, if USA 1 solves a 10th problem, or if Zero Free Slimes solves problem I. And so part of this is to kind of build suspense, in a sense. Then there's a dramatic award ceremony, which we will run later today. Part of it is, I don't know, giving, maybe it's to keep teams from being distracted by the scoreboard. So you just try to focus on solving problems. Different teams do different things during the scoreboard freeze. A very common thing that you will see is some team will just make a submission to every single problem, and it's a mystery which ones are real and which ones are fake. Actually, I think yesterday or the day before, we were talking about the resolver, and so in the resolver, what happens is you end up resolving all the verdicts for all the submissions. And so there are 2 ways that you can do this, apparently. There's the way that we are going to do it, which is sort of the pessimistic view. So we assume that, like, we don't assume that any of the submissions are correct, and so we'll just evaluate them with the baseline assumption being that they are incorrect. And then if they are correct, then the submission turns green, and then they will go up the leaderboard, and everyone claps, and it's a happy moment. But if not, the submission turns red, and then everyone's sad, and the team doesn't change rank. The other method which I learned about is sort of the optimistic evaluation. So you assume that every pending submission is actually correct. So then you have this crazy scoreboard where teams that submitted every problem have 13 solved or whatever. But then you have to go and actually check, like, did the team actually solve the problem or not? So if they solve the problem, then everything's good and they stay there. But if they don't solve the problem, the submission goes red, they lose the problem, and they drop on the scoreboard.
So only bad.
Yeah.
No good, only bad. Only sad allowed.
Yeah. And so you might be asking, like, why on earth would you ever have this evaluation order? Like, why would you do the optimistic assumption and then make things go down? And one system for which you might do this is, imagine that you have, like, a bunch of prizes on the table, and you say, like, the top 10 will get to pick these prizes, but, like, the person who was first gets, like, the first pick, and then the person who's second picks next, and so on. So like, in terms of optimizing, like, the amount of time this takes, if you do it in this order, first place can just pick their prize immediately as they're resolving the rest of the board. Whereas if you go the other way, you have to wait for the whole thing to figure out who wins, and then you have to do everything afterwards. So, you know, competitive programmers are always optimizing literally every part of their lives.
Optimizing for sadness. Yay.
They are doing great, evil. Yeah, so the scoreboard freeze will be in 6 minutes, and so we'll know that it's the scoreboard freeze because Jingbang will go up and he will say something and it won't be on screen because I think we don't have, I don't know if we have the audio of the room.
We have some.
Okay.
Hopefully we wouldn't spoil anything.
Oh yeah, hopefully.
No, we will. Don't worry. I took good care of the
not about
spoiling.
this. About just not showing the results because of our bad setup
This
of
will
joining
not
two
work.
contests.
All right. Well, this is so for those who are just tuning in. So here we have the on-site view. So here are the top 11 teams that got invited to Cancun to compete in this contest. And then there's the online version, which ran, 9 hours ago? And so both versions are over. And so the queue that you're seeing on the right is actually the combination of the submissions from the on-site and the online version. And so for those who were tuned in April, you might have seen that there were 2 different queues and there were 2 different world finals, and it was kind of complicated and hard to follow and so on. This is complicated for a different reason, because we're smashing, not only are we smashing together submissions from 2 different contests, this isn't, neither of these contests is live. Both of these contests have already, all right. Yes, both of these contests are dead. That's what it means when they're expired.
Yeah,
both contests are over.
Yeah, this is different from the contestants view as on-site. Participants didn't know the online scoreboard, of course, and vice versa.
Yeah, so the online participants actually didn't even know what happened in the on-site. So we didn't share the on-site scoreboard with the people online. So right now, like, the online teams don't actually know, for example, which problems USA 1 has solved, or the rest of the teams actually. And so that's why we have, on the left, we have the combined ranks. And so right now, the only on-site team that is currently expected to qualify to the finals is Amstelpark. So at least the top 8 teams from the semifinals that are not already qualified will get to go. So we'll see if Amstelpark is able to keep their position, or if other teams in the online are able to pass them. But yeah, 3 minutes until the scoreboard freeze. Hopefully nothing explodes. The earlier queue failure, I think there was possibly something about merging them. I'm not too sure. But
Oh, that was about merging. Actually, we had an accidental clash of some IDs between 2 contests. So submissions from one contest starts overriding submission from other contests, making results stop making any sense.
yeah, that's one way. That's one way that you could beat USA 1 is somehow you submit and you replace their correct submissions with your incorrect submissions.
Well, actually, if you replace their correct submissions with your correct submissions, they still don't have correct submissions because now it's yours.
All right, I see USA 1 has started submitting to problem I. So now we can open a market for which team solves I first. USA 1, 0 free slimes, or neither. Who does anyone want to bet on USA 1?
Yeah.
All right, we have one bet for USA 1. What about 0 free slimes?
Yeah.
Okay, 2 bets for 0 free slimes, and how about neither? Qingyu is allowed to bet, but Qingyu might have insider information as the chief judge and infrastructure maintainer.
All teams.
Yeah.
I think the teams all know. The teams all know. This is kind of a silly exercise. We all actually know who has solved problem I because we already talked about it, and we're not disclosing that information unless it becomes public in the next
Hour.
75 seconds.
Hour.
Hour? Oh.
I'll be showing some teeny tiny screens.
All right. So Lydia is very resourceful and is doing great. And we may be able to, she may be leaking some verdicts from the on-site. Whether she can leak anything from the online event, I think it might be harder. Oh yeah. I guess, so at the World Finals, they actually try to turn off cameras and screens at the 4-hour mark. I think that we did not care enough about this. Also because the teams being what they are, like if Polish Mafia got accepted within the scoreboard freeze, I'm sure everyone would instantly find out. And you know, like it's just how it is. It's hard to not react to this. You can see Jingbang is ready, and he's testing the microphone, and. Oh, what is this? What? Why is this happening?
What is this?
So we're time warping again. So note that normally it's a scoreboard freeze, so you would expect things to stop, but instead they are rewinding, and we're hiding it now. Why are you hiding it? You should not hide it. Oh, this is so sad. They're gonna miss out.
Because something strange happens and
Lydia's like, no, I don't want to see. Okay, so here is what happens. So the timer rewinds past 0 to like minus something, and everyone's like, wait, is the contest gonna stop now? Like, is it gonna be like, oh, actually the contest is gonna restart? And then it like keeps going, and then it stops at like minus like 0 hours and 59 minutes. And so on, yeah. So it stops here, and it's like, okay, yeah, there are 59 minutes left in the contest.
I think I'm great at concealing
that
weird behavior.
That was extremely confusing.
No one understood what was going on. Like Jingbang was ready to say, okay, the scoreboard is frozen, but instead we all just kind of looked and watched, and there was just like a minute of confusion. And now Jingbang is re-announcing the scoreboard freeze, if I remember correctly. So now if you look at the judging queue, you will see that verdicts are no longer being published. So the submission log is still published. We can see that teams are submitting, but these verdicts are unknown to us. If they're online, they are unknown to everyone here except for Qingyu, who is being very quiet. And then if it is on site, you will see that Lydia has cameras and things, and hey, it's Riku and Nasty and more of Japan. All right, we need
Can I bring Kayang to the Chinese stream?
Yeah. If you want Kayang to the Chinese stream, go for it.
Kayang should join the Chinese stream.
All right, you can go Qingyu.
Okay.
All right, we can pull you on stream.
Bye, English stream.
All right, so over here, so we're just doing some substitutions. So here we have Maroon RK and Maspi. These are from HoMaMa. Riku is looking very intently at his screen and then off screen.
He looks
and
more at ease now, right?
And then we can see Radewush is pen spinning in the background. Yeah, so I just it is just after the 4-hour mark, so I just explained the scoreboard freeze. Do you remember what you were working on right after the scoreboard freeze?
After this freeze, I was working on L, which was the graph problem, and what I was doing was like I was confused by the problem because the constraint was like 5,000, but my solution was order n, so there's a gap, and I was wondering. If I remember correctly, I got work at that point, so I was thinking about whether my solution is incorrect in idea or my implementation is incorrect. So that's why I was like staring at my code or papers to check my solutions validity.
Yeah. Do you remember what you were working on at the 4 hour mark?
I get the look for path cancel, but I try to solve I at 3 to 4, but I can't solve P.
Yeah, we heard that P equals 2 is a very tricky case, and most teams have no idea. I believe we earlier saw a screenshot from, or the screen share from Amstelpark, who was mysteriously disappeared again. Oh, it's Yu. It's actually just Yu in the bag.
Well, you see the results.
Oh yeah, you can see some results.
And then we just, okay, we was discussing what to do next.
Alright, I
Because we
guess
actually didn't
I guess we're leaking that Amstelpark solved J,
And
so
we actually
they
didn't
got
have,
7.
We didn't have
Good job.
anything solved more at this point. So we have some solution on E which we probably would not be ready to write within an hour. And it was not really finished, and we got some ideas on D. So at some point we decided to set Alice to write E and continue thinking on D in case, because it's some constructive problem, so its solution can be really short. But I think we got some understanding of solution like 5 minutes before the end or something like that. So this was not really useful.
All right, I can't. This screen is too small for me to see if they're working on if Zhou Yang is working on problem I again, but quite probably it is problem I. How many wrong submissions do they have? 6. Yeah, I think there is definitely at least one more wrong submission coming from Zhou Yang on I. Yeah. So yeah, it's the last hour. So it's hard. It's going to be hard to solve more than 1 or 2 problems. So teams are likely focused on just one problem. Does your team have any special strategies for the last hour?
Sarah, we were working on 2 problems. One of them was L, which is by me, and also Horst Riddick was working on, I guess, J, and so if I remember correctly, Horst said she had a solution to J, and she switched to me and implemented it, but she got wrong answer even on samples. So she was figuring out what was wrong, and but can I say our final results? Like,
I mean, I'm not gonna stop anyone from saying the final results if they really want to. We do want there to be some suspense, so we're not explicitly going to reveal everything. But yeah, if you really want to talk about it, yeah, that's fine.
Okay, I'd say that. Okay, I keep it secret if we are able to solve JOL. That's why we were working on those 2 problems in the last hour.
Does USA 1 have any special strategies? These 2 teams, USA 1 and HoMaMa, are ranked 1 and 2 in Universal Cup, and their final ratings are always super close. You have almost the same number of wins. I think USA 1 just has 1 extra one. But yeah, does your team have any secret strategies that you're willing to publicly announce?
In the last hour?
Yeah, in the last hour.
In the last hour, we just try to solve 3 problems at the same time and solve 0 usually.
Okay. so
Optimistic.
Oh, this is optimistic. So optimistically, Polish Mafia is in 2nd place, and 4th place, 2nd place. Okay, I understand.
We have something definitely wrong with places. An optimistic scoreboard.
I think these are the original places.
Is this first bug that you noticed during this broadcast?
These are just original places. So Polish Mafia would be 2nd, Amstelpark would be 4th, HoMaMaOvO would be 7, Almost Retired Dandelion at 9, Let It Rot at 14, Speedstar is like I can't count, like 22-ish. These are the current standings. So yeah, so the pending submission. So Polish Mafia is J. Amstelpark has J. Almost Retired Dandelion has L. Slimes has I. Yeah, so the only problems that haven't been solved clear are F and I potentially. Although it seems like no team has tried F since the scoreboard freeze, so.
F was bad enough before scoreboard freeze.
Yeah. What is the statistics view at present? It's probably an easier way to see. Okay, so in terms of statistics, so in terms of the most solved problems, it looks like it's A with 145 and then K with 127. C is at 123, G is at 100, and then the curve drops off sharply. So M has 54, J has 12, B has 4, D has 3, E has 2, and then H has just 1. Oh, 6. Yeah, too many numbers. And so
6 more pending.
Oh yeah, so the pending is what is interesting. So we see that there are 13 teams with pending on M, 6 teams with pending on L, and we will see how many of these do resolve. Do we have any interesting random questions from the chat, or should I pull it up?
Anyone from Hungry's team are doing screencasts. If you're lucky, all screencasts for all teams will be published somewhere. Question mark. Maybe. What's your favorite problem in the contest, Kanyan? He's gone, but we'll try to ask that question.
Was Khan here? Was he here?
Yeah.
What's going on?
He show up on live stream?
Zhou Kangyang?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was on the English stream. Do you want him back on the live stream? You have to find him. Yeah, I think almost everyone that I don't know who did or didn't want to be on the stream, but we've pulled in like.
Is there anyone in the room who still wasn't on the live stream? Do you want in the live stream?
Yeah, if you want to be on the stream.
That was the
Yeah, we should go in the live stream. Yay!
All right, we can pull Oleg in. So this is Oleg. I don't know how to say your last name. Merkurev from Almost Retired Dandelion. So what were you working on for the last hour? Do you remember?
Yeah, we tried to solve some problems. We tried to approach J, even brought some implementation, but it was far from the correct solution. Tried to approach some other. I forgot the problems.
That's okay. It was a long day yesterday, and this is probably the first time where actually I don't know if this is true for other events, but I think this is the first time where the award ceremony for the contest is more than 24 hours after the actual contest. Although I somehow suspect that all the teams somehow know all the results. Are we going to be able to see the? Oh, I think we saw a red verdict here for Polish Mafia. See, this is bad. Lydia's just encouraging us to leak, to squint our eyes, and my eyesight's bad enough as it is.
Hey, let's be provocative. What do you think about just abandoning freeze at all?
Yeah, let's not freeze.
Why doing this?
Oh, we should bring Frederick here. Frederick would have some very nice words to say about removing scoreboard
I mean,
freeze.
at this moment, I'm interested in feedback from people with extremely high glucose ratings.
All right, let's take a show of hands of people in the room. If you think there should be no scoreboard freeze and the scoreboard should just be public from 0 to 300, raise your hand.
Actually,
One, two, three.
I'm not allowed to vote, sorry.
Lydia's trying to be ironic. So there were like 4. Okay, so we have like okay, so we have like 4 people who say that like we should do this.
Actually, I think it's a good idea to have this during actual contests, but not hiding it publicly. So hide the scoreboard from contestants, but not from public.
I would agree with that.
Oh.
Because hiding from contestants makes at least any sense. It changes the contests and probably changes it in a better way. But there is no actual reason to hide it from public, and there is no actual reason to hide it until the closing ceremony, because anyway everyone would ask everyone, so who cares?
Right. Like I like as we all know, I think everyone kind of probably knows what the scoreboard, what the final results are, and whether or not, for example, Yang solved problem I, etc. This is just like the meme of this stream, one of the many.
You can push in that I button pretty.
I don't know. Yang is doing great. That was also the other meme. This meme comes courtesy to you of Lydia. I don't even remember how it got so infectious.
It just happens sometimes.
Well,
for me, it's like I think as a contestant, I don't like it. But since I'm retired, I actually love to see the last hour result process. The reason is that because at least when I am proposing any contest, I was hoping my content will have a good, fierce compete in the last hour, and usually it does. And that's why I think that this thing itself is interesting. But I'm not sure that whether this will give you a better experience or not. This is highly questionable. But I do agree that this change, if you allow the contestant to see the last hour, this changes a lot. At least I agree with you.
Yeah, there are definitely things that teams will not do if all submissions are public. Like you no longer have like fake submissions. Like fake submissions just don't exist because all verdicts stay public, for example. Some people consider this to be like a feature. Like you can troll everyone and say like, oh, you submitted everything, and
then you actually solved like
And
in
ICPC World Finals, huh?
yeah, that's the best part. Where after this happened, it was Luxor, right? Or
no,
was it
it was the Ekaterinburg finals.
We didn't submit everything.
Yeah, but
I mean that would have been cool. We did that.
But yeah, like team. So actually, show of hands. Who here enjoys watching the resolver?
The last part.
So okay, so usually the very last part. So yeah, I think teams do like to see it when there are like amusing things in the resolver. Like team submits every problem but does solve like 3 of them in the last hour somehow.
Well, it's most exciting on competitions like Facebook Hacker Cup when you don't know your own results and.
All right, because everyone starts from 0.
Feedback is a gift.
Yeah, feedback is indeed a gift. Oh, we can kind of see the pulsing is a little hard to follow. Oh wait, this isn't.
Here you go.
This isn't Yang.
Within like 7 minutes.
So they've submitted 4 problems in the.
I think at one point that Ziqian was like shouting out loud saying that let me go do 2 problems in a row. That's literally like what I heard when I was listening.
Well, I see a lot of red in the screen. There are things that you can do, and things you should do, and things you should not do. Here we have HoMaMa.
Actually, we did 4 problems in last hour once, but that was strange.
think 3 is my maximum record. I'm pretty close to a 4. I've got 5 minutes after in some random practice.
All right. If you had to rate this contest from 1 star to 5 star, I'm just trying to come up with random content ideas. Like people want to shout out their ratings for this contest.
Oh, by the way, I'm not a chief judge. If you think it's a bad contest, I don't care. It's fine.
I am also not related to this. I just happen to be.
Chief judge is in the room now.
Oh wait, is he?
No, I mean in his.
Oh, okay. Chief judge is not here.
So we can say all the bad things about him.
Wikipedia reading.
We're trying to.
Uh-oh.
We can fix our eye, but actually we cannot.
DNA issue.
So basically, your last hour is like for trying to decided to do art.
Well, we decided to do something. For I, we have almost written code, and we was considering if it can be fixed by some small change.
Oh, looks like they got.
But it actually wasn't really possible to fix it with a small change. Not telling it completely didn't cover paid people too. And at some point we switched to writing E, because we didn't have anything else, but actually our E was quite suspicious.
What about H?
We didn't have anything reasonable for it.
This is yosupo.
Yes. So basically we have nothing.
I would say that at least spoilers, like the resolver at least of this contest in the closing ceremony will be interesting. Even you know the result, it's still very exciting to watch.
Yeah, I think so.
Yes.
Demi Young is especially excited for the resolver.
So, because like if Mei Yang might not be able to advance to week of 5 without the rating, the overall rating. If you don't, at least from the result right now, you can see it. So you didn't even get into like top 8 or something. Or top 20 actually.
So do you have resolver list? Like some parts of online teams?
You're ranked 19,
Yes.
right? That's 19.
Yeah, we are ranked 19. That's what we're
Have you
in closing ceremony.
But you don't know about the online team. Maybe the online team is good.
It's kind of
doing great.
Otherwise, why do we have
I think you already took the care.
It's definitely coming on.
Oh,
Because
Slime submitted I. I say it every time it happens.
Still equally enjoyable.
But also
This is hard.
Maybe there's a 12.
I remember when I was like watching. I got spoiled for twice, like 2019 and 2020. Live to just randomly click to the champions grade and I see the number of and also I remember that problem was work on a since then always is this encouraged.
侧点极端一点。
Mina finally showed in camera. Congratulations.
6加4
我听你的。
Main contribution.
你都不用很少用。
Jimba, sit closer to the mic. We cannot hear you on the screen, so you can sit on.
Oh.
What? That's an HR violation.
You should also this is your moment.
Yeah, this moment is more important than DACA World Finals.
Chill for them.
Oh, was that Luxor World Finals that was stressful?
Yeah, this one was a stand-up.
Oh, that one was unfortunate. It's one of there seems to be a common theme with MIT and World Finals we don't talk about. First 19, then 21. 22.
Yeah.
The next one going to be 25. Not the pattern.
不要相信，不要质疑数学，数学是对的，是这种才能帮你。
哦。
Oh.
L 打错了，L 打错了。
He got up. He's. Will we see any interesting? Oh.
那个有很多错呢。就我
Will we see any interesting reaction from
就
Dandelion?
直接求那个最小循环，直接把那个编程加上求。
Sorry, I don't know if that's okay.
所有用过的有项编都。
Like is it convenient that like we can kind of see Nick?
No.
Like, uh-oh.
The only thing I did is refresh the scoreboard and then contribution. Refresh the submission page.
There is a short video of not USA one, but MIT team from the World Finals that never happened, where one of the teammates says, it auto-refreshes. It auto-refreshes. Well, but maybe it doesn't.
No, it's different. Like when you're pressing.
You want to press the button.
You want the haptic feedback.
You want to help the judge judge your progress. I remember that there was one time, so 2018, 17, so the regional is like, the contest was like 3 seconds. But after submitting, I pressed the button, I got here.
Can we get optimistic standings? I think optimistic standings might be fun.
Too many yellows.
Are 3 slimes ready to screenshot?
Yeah. You should get the optimistic standings. We should.
Yay!
Oh, that penalty though.
Last 10. Let's go!
Oh, okay.
Any other major online changes though?
No, because I think the online teams are just a little more stuck. Like I think we should expect because the on-site teams are usually the strongest ones, like they will scale like up. Like we can see here in the optimistic that like the this is a little bit confusing because of this
Igor
silver.
could have advanced to.
But like 7 of the 10 finalist teams are, or 7 of the 10 finalist teams are above.
Optimistically doing great.
Yeah. No. I think the correct
for this team, the 11 team, the English translation is I will no longer smile again. This is the Chinese, the English meaning.
Yeah.
Pretty much this contest maybe.
So it will be the top.
Do they submit again? I think they submit again, right? That's a.
I should have submitted, and I'm almost there.
Oh yeah, we need to turn off. Wait. We need to turn off the optimistic standings. We need to see if we can leak more information.
Oh sure. Sorry.
Sorry, I have decided that I no longer care about trying to keep information secret because if you want to leak information, I should be supportive of it. I should not be trying to fight you. Do you still have Slime's screen or like team view? Can you pull that up?
No, I mean I still working on that. Like Joe Conley is still on it.
I think Julian has already discovered them.
But Zijian and Mia just.
Yeah, Lydia, can we pull up the team view for the screen view for Slimes?
That's not how it works. That's not how any of it works.
I don't believe you.
And now me and Zijian are trying to debug L.
Yeah. I think it does worse.
We were trying to look at the code of L.
All right. So now all of you can look very carefully to see if you see any interesting reactions, because that probably means the team solved the problem. Also, I feel like, I was gonna say, I don't think Taurus is here anymore, but I feel like he's been sitting there for like the past like hour, and his team is just non-existent.
This is a contest solo by Taurus and Joe Conley. yosupo is a printing, like the box is printing. Oh yeah. So our room in the hotel room we have a mini bar. That's why you can buy a Diet Coke, which is very rare in this place.
Because it's Coke Zero?
Yes.
So there's a mini bar in the room?
Yes, there's a mini bar in the room and every drink is free. I don't know about it until... I'm leaking information about Summer Summit.
Oh. Yeah, do people know that you're at Summer Summit?
No, I'm not here. My name is Xing Yu.
Your name is Xing Yu. Alright, I see HoMaMa is standing up and Riku is... You're squeezing something.
I think this is age. From an age.
Yeah, I see. Oh wait, that's not Genna, that's Andrew.
No, because tourists just submit on that.
Oh, I see. Wow, they're very good at the swap. They're so good at the swap you don't even notice it.
Only 30 minutes left.
Yeah.
Okay, I hear some future spoilers. We'll see if we get it on camera. But it seems like Lydia did not actually record this. So we'll see. Oh, submission to I again. Oh, it's panning over. Oh, the scoreboard. Lydia's being controversial again. Unacceptable. Lydia publishing the scoreboard at exactly the precise moment where something interesting might happen.
What is J?
What is J?
Actually, she's not working with it. J. In the online contest, we have so many solvers of J, but in the real contest, there were much less submissions to J, and we thought it was hard, and we didn't do that until 4 hours.
Yes. And I also think that we are running out of time, so I limited our solutions or basically simpler solutions. So I am hopelessly implementing something that sounds reasonable at first. But
Yes, the classic USA 1 isn't there. USA 1 isn't competing. I need an acronym for USA that somehow means not there. Just like MIT's team this year is MIT isn't training. So Chen, who came up with that team name? But MIT is training now. I see. We see you doing universal jumps.
Yay! Why is nobody celebrating this?
Because you're hiding all the interesting scoreboard things.
This is interesting.
But they're not reacting.
I'm sure.
Yeah, but there's no reaction here. Like you hit the interesting reaction.
Look at this, like 146% of concentration.
I don't think that's how the song. That's what the song lyric is. Isn't like 100% concentrated power of will?
So what is this?
This is J.
It's problem P.
Oh,
it's problem P.
Oh.
Where we was writing some n square roots of n log n, which was probably not even past time limits. Yeah. So we was trying to write something that actually, as a spoiler, was not even managed to be work.
We thought they might have a shot if they decided to do B, but I think they are not working on it.
Which one?
It's D. Yes, it's D.
Oh, I saw some clapping.
Yosupo passing.
Wait, what page is this? What do you have open?
Was it legal?
Yeah, it's legal.
Yeah, it's legal, but I can't tell
No,
what
I
it
mean the
is.
content. YouTube can still ban tourists. Inappropriate content.
All I recognize is solution, but I'm not what the solution. Oh, we now started to refresh. Yes.
No, it's like CSS of CSDN doesn't know at all. I don't know why.
I'm very happy to see that everyone is like actively working on the problems.
So there was a comment in Total Forces like asking what's the difficulty of the contest. So I actually replied with something that I serious wording that we were trying to provide with a contest that teams of all levels have something to work on during the time. That's exactly my core view of the contest. So
It's a very difficult contest. I can tell it's difficult to level this contest. It's difficult.
No, I mean, I always have ideas like when I was preparing regional contests, I'm not want to measure the contest only by result. Also, it's like whether the team is have something to work on from the first minute to the last. I would want to say that even like in that case, this is providing better contest experience. Some of the contests in China, like that, just like you're just sitting there, pretending to be doing.
China? In Japan?
In Japan. Indeed. No, yes. It's like.
If anyone cares about what the weather is like in Cancun, it is no longer raining outside.
Yay!
Afternoon. Let's make the Caribbean Sea.
Fire!
It is raining.
No, it's not raining.
Yeah.
Fire!
Yeah, but like there's some contests in China, like there are like 100 teams or so. They don't have, they not just don't, they didn't show anything. They just don't have, they just don't know what to do for the next problem. Like there's not even a false hope. This is the contest that I don't actually want to provide for the, let's say the majority of people if they're like 100, 200 teams. I think for this contest it's hard, but I would say that we somehow make it somehow match what I said, that people have something to work on. Passing or not passing, that's another question. But yeah, so the idea of like live streaming things, I mean, it's like this year or last year, I was watching the World Tour, the editorial World WTF, and I was like, nobody's ever touching the keyboard. Everybody's like, so there's only one camera in the back, and no commenter. And scoreboard have to check from the other side, but it doesn't matter. It's just like you don't even know who is submitting. In fact, you don't even know who is coding. Like, everybody just keep walking around and going to bathroom and come back and decide to go again. That's
We have a fun concept for contests like this. So how would you feel if for difficult contests we would have made a confession booth? So during the contest, you can go to a location with a camera and like share your feelings, I guess, but like just in one direction. Like you will not have access to the internet, but you'll be able to share your thoughts.
What
I
I'm
know,
doing here.
but like if the contest is as hard as Rico loves it, maybe that can be a good content.
Something like I clearly made a wrong life decision by coming to this contest.
So there must be a long queue in front of the official page that's called finals.
But yes, still, well, this is a independent topic, but I feel that for any contest, you bring too much assumption to get into the contest is bad. Like, I would say that this contest, it might just show up in, like, let's say China's EC final. It definitely will happen, may happen.
You don't think this is a little too hard for EC final?
No, it's not. Because, for example, no, I mean, it's hard, but if you look at the scoreboard between this contest and let's say 2018 or 2019, the one that I participated, you will see that the gold, silver, bronze medal cutoff is still 6-5-4. And for this contest, I would say that it might be just 4, 5, 4, 3, 4. 30 gold medals, 60 silver medals, 90 bronze medals. So this is how we design. Because we know that we are gathering the greatest people here to do the contest. We don't want you guys to get 8 problems like in the first hour, then working on the 4, just like this is doing the high school kid contest instead of a real 5-hour contest. So we actually divide the contest into the easy side and harder side. So we make the easy side of contest. Oh, this is my demand to the chief judge. He may or may not follow my advice. So I want the contest, the first 6 to 7 contests, the problems, they look like a compressed regional or compressed U-Cup normal contest. But I wonder, like let's say the harder part of the 5 or 6 problems, they actually align a much harder one, like just everything just upgrade for 2 levels. So there is a gap between the first 6 and the last 17 or something. But from the scoreboard, it doesn't necessarily look like that, but still you can see. Even we have, so even the number of solving is not high, but we do have passed submissions or even accepted correct submissions in almost every problems. So that's why I said that at least for this part, it actually met my expectations. But I do feel that it might be better, let's just remove one of the hardest problem, but change it to something like more steady. Like maybe you have too many constructive, may or may not. I'm just saying that. So any contest is not perfect. So there must be some way to improve the contest. But I think this is more like my idea. Like what's the message that I want to convey to the contestant? This is basically my idea, and also what you said.
I have a message to all the contestants that we can convey through this contest. Anyone wants to guess?
You are doing great.
Correct.
Does anyone have anything they want to say to the spectators?
They also doing great.
Here. There is an attempt on E from pre-freeze 2nd place. How would you estimate the probability?
I mean, the way that I would see it is, I think Chinese team, I think data structures, I think, oh boy, here we go.
Yes, that's actually what we were thinking. It's like, so E is a very typical Chinese way of Chinese style data structure problems.
Or just typical?
It's a typical Chinese data structures problem.
It is, yeah, well, and we think that like the high school kids, they might just get it much more easier than let's say the old guys of the contest.
Yeah.
And I think that might also be the reason that like the Lady Rock team, they just jump on this problem like even in the very beginning, right? Because first they have an idea, then they roughly know how to solve it. And in their habit, it's like, okay, it's fine. It's data structure. How hard can it be? So I just do it in the beginning. So.
What would be, well, obviously all on-site teams know roughly each other results. What do you think about Yutaka's B and L? That can change the order in the top pretty nicely.
I think on paper, like Yutaka team is strong enough that like if you told me they saw both of them, I would be like, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like I don't know. Like I'm sure the Japanese teams have more context, but I think we would all expect them.
And also his former teammate, right?
Yeah, I'm a former teammate of it. Actually, I participated in ICPC Dhaka with 2 members of Utah UTs.
Hirosa and
Hiro,
Yutaka.
yes, Hiro. And Yutaka has another red from Japan instead of me, and yeah, they're so strong. And
are they stronger than you?
Well, I'd say it's even. Okay. Yeah. So, yeah. Well, I don't. They can solve B or they can solve L, and yeah, that makes sense.
That made them into 8. So there's a possibility that Yutaka actually.
Question mark.
Actually, Hiro said they did a good job for this contest.
Uh-oh.
So to be honest, I was not expecting, like, let's say the Yutaka's team is actually competing. So I guess like people actually still enjoy this, even they are somehow retired from ICPC.
Jane.
I thought she's like D.
Yeah, no,
it's J. It's J. Yeah.
Правда так, спрок от одного, да? Видимо, я могу 0 элементов выбирать, да, справа и слева.
Yes, just like me, yeah. Only sub A. Very critical problem.
Возвожу 2 в эту степень и прочитаю единицу.
One probably less, of course. It's very important.
Хорошо, теперь... еще...
I'm wondering, like, what's the almost retired Dandelion team was doing last month?
And then we're trying to write problem G with the correct solution. And before trying to approach different problems because we didn't have anything to code.
So we have already said that so some of the team of some you have to compare the results with the online teams so that you can get the
No, they're doing great.
They're doing great. I remember this. So they were trying to convince. So this is Peng Bo. He's trying to convince his teammate to jump on the machine to write a new problem from scratch. And he refused to do so. That's what I heard from what I was speaking about. Yes. He just seemed to say not enough time. And Peng Bo said, "What if it passed?" So he was being pushed on the machine. Trying to. I think this is already L, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to
It's fun how we got yosupo team yawning at the very middle of the contest, and their contest clearly has 2 parts. The start to 140, and then the rest, with an hour of nap in the.
Yeah.
Oh, this brings up my favorite. Well, not my favorite, but when I was doing ICPC, people often remarked this is my team strategy. So my team strategy is I solve all my problems in the first hour and then I disappear because I take a nap for the remaining 4 hours of contest.
All 4 of them?
Yeah.
Oh.
This is our UCup team strategy. So If you ever wonder why our team always does well at the beginning and then falls off a cliff at the end.
This is learning, right?
Yeah.
Me?
Oh, you are eagerly watching the frozen scoreboard, or the unfrozen scoreboard.
No, I don't have that information. I don't know about the results.
Sure you don't.
Oh, but another issue is that I'm not actually against the resolver design because I usually can figure out a way to access the backdoors of this scoreboard.
All right, our chief judge. Okay, we need Chief Judge Qingyu on stream briefly. Yeah, you have to sit in front. You have to sit in front. All right, so here is our Chief Judge, CTO of Universal Cup. Co-president.
Chief Judge.
Knows everything.
So these are our co-presidents. So we have Qingyu and we have Jingbang here. Do you have anything you want to say to the live stream?
How do you feel about this contest?
How many hours have you slept?
I will just tell some of my feelings about the contest. So when I was doing the problem setting, I was just considering how to make the contest more balanced because I have received many problems. When I was just make an announcement about the calling for the tasks of the semifinals, I've received about 30 to 40 different tasks, from Chinese students, of course. And you might know that for the Chinese students, they are very fascinating on creating some Chinese style problems, like some, you are given a sequence and you are going to do some, random operations.
Calculate a formula that you have no idea what it means. Like,
there are some fans of Elijah and they are very fascinating on creating some random counting problems. And I have just received like tons of data structure problems and tons of counting problems, of course. And what I was thinking is to make the contest more balanced and have a good diversity. I mean, so you can see this contest, the three hardest problems will be problem E, problem F, and problem I. And E is a data structure problem, F is a constructive one, and I is somewhat linear algebra problem. So what I was thinking is for each difficulty level, we will have a bunch of problems like 3 to 4. So for each team, you could, maybe choose one of the problems you have some ideas and try to solve it. So for each difficulty level, we are trying to maximize the diversity of this problem level. So let's just go back to see this problem set. We have some problems that requires you to do some implementations like problem B, problem E, and problem M. And just taking problem M as an example. So the idea is basically pretty simple. You just do some simple observations about how to fill the digits, and basically you have a bunch of ways to solve it. You can just do some case analysis or just observe how the patterns goes. But for each of this the approach, it will require you to implement some code, and it will be some waste of your time to code something. And for some of the others, like problem H and problem J, and it's more like you need to do more observations than really implementing something. So and for problem B is pretty straightforward geometry.
This is the split screen view. So you can see 4 teams in parallel. So you see the webcam. So
and yeah, so that's probably what we are doing during the course. And I have received some feedback from testers, and they are pretty much complaining about the problem. It receives pretty much the most complaint from because it doesn't respond any data structure problems included in the problem set. It just CNY problems should go away from competitive programming. Yeah, he hates this kind of problems. So yeah, but we just try to make the contest has a more diversity. So we try to include almost all types of problems in the problem set. And And one more thing is what Jimon told me that. Jimon told me that he wants to make sure, for the first 6 problems, it will be pretty much similar to the ICPC regionals. And of course, I'm referring to the Asia East regionals. Maybe, I think North American regionals are pretty much maybe 3 or 4 problems either. Easier ones. So, for first 4 to 5 problems, we are trying to get something easier, but we are not going to, for example, there are in some regionals there will be pretty much some division to A level problems, like just read something out or something. We don't have that kind of problems because it's a semifinals, and we are going to offer you at least there are some meaningful problems, not just read something and output something. So the first 4 problems we predicted is problem A, C, G, and K. So for problem A, it was first came up by Yuhao, like he was just randomly coming up with some ideas, and Jimon told me that he wants to have a problem with some background of our service.
Yes.
Yeah, with our sponsors and with some relationships with Cancun. So pretty much, I've just come up with some stories, and that's what we have in problem A. And I would like to talk a bit more about problem G. So I think problem G is especially interesting because I have given this problem to many of the testers, and they didn't have any ideas in the first initially because this is just a big problem might be hard. And I think I have told 3 testers, and I give them this task, and they just don't have any ideas, and they even come up with some solutions based on suffix trees and suffix automatons. And during the contest, I can't remember which team, but some teams are just copy pasting the suffix automatons or something like that. But it's actually a pretty straightforward binary search. So
useful algorithm.
Yeah, it's a pretty useful algorithm. And
where's Unik?
Okay, so what I think this problem interesting is in my last problem setting, when we are doing the problem setting for the Asia East content finals, we have a problem in a very similar place, like problem C in the EC finals, which called equal sums, and that is pretty much like a knapsack problem with some. You need to take some observation to optimize it, and it is also a similar thing because if you try to explain the idea behind that problem, it can be quite easily understood by even some division 2 participants. So it's pretty straightforward, but it's not that easy to come up with that. So for this problem, I just give the problem to Zhou Kangyang. I told him this will be the this will be like the 4th or 5th easiest problem in our problem set, and it just took him like 1 hour to solve it. But actually, there are some more complicated solutions, like there are some ways to solve it by divide and conquer.
What's your take on problem D? I thought you told me that D is the 6th and B is the 7th. That's what you told me now.
You mean in this problem set?
Yes, D and B.
Well, D and B. Well, let's just talk about problem D first. So D is a constructive problem, and so that's the thing. It's really hard for you to predict the difficulty of constructive problems because just like what I said. So if you just explain it, it might be very simple, but different people might have.
You touch us and different eyes, as you can see.
Okay.
Maybe you have more sense on that.
Yeah. So
anything you want to comment on the performance of the teams, like on both the on-site and online? Like, do you think they are doing great or not?
Well,
the correct answer is they are doing great.
Yeah. Okay. So obviously they are trying their best and they are doing great, but some I don't know what to say. But I have asked Zhou Kangyang in the Chinese stream about your strategies. I'm asking about your feeling on problem, and he said. I won't do that again. If there's a chance to switch down the camera, I will not do it. So, yeah, everyone is doing great, but maybe there are some strategic issues there.
Maybe there should be more solves on B for on-site teams.
Yeah, so you can if you see the online scoreboard, it differs a lot from the on-site one. So that's pretty much the thing we call scoreboard effect, right? So maybe many teams are not seeing problem B's or D's, so maybe there are not many attempts from the teams.
How do you feel about the teams that keep submitting something on F?
Well, I Oh, it's hard to explain because it's very easy for you to get some wrong approach in this problem because it just looks pretty easy if you first see it. So during test session, I think the testers also give a bunch of wrong approaches in this problem. So
it's very attempting.
Yeah, just everyone is trying to attempt it, but it's absolutely not an easy task.
We have just over 1 minute left in this contest. Are there any last words?
What?
We're having
1 minute till the end of
we're having a 1 minute alarm, literally 1 minute alarm, and Polish Mafia is coming in at the yeah, a lot of puzzled looks on these cameras. It's very hard to see the screen.
Is it L or?
I don't know if it's L. Their last submission was at 4:03, right? So.
30 seconds.
Okay.
Are you ready to count down?
Okay. Thanks everyone for doing the contest.
Yeah.
And we're very grateful, and hopefully we can have the YouTube final soon.
Okay.
You are not granted. You have to ask the sponsor.
All right. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So hopefully everyone enjoyed the Summer Summit semifinals. We will be back in like 3 hours ish. No one exactly knows when, but we will have the awards ceremony, and we will see who wins.
And we will review the scoreboard online and site altogether. We will have the resolver session.
Okay. Dear spectators, thank you for being with us for these 5 hours. Everyone wave to the camera. Yay! What a great group of people we have here. Thank you very much for tuning in, and see ya!